I forgot to play the ads. I got distracted. I can't be making these videos anymore. I just end up watching them all. I just watched them. Where's my music? Ah, that's right. My power went out. In the middle of the goddamn night. I was watching that too. It ended. There was nothing left. I was invested. Then you have to stay tuned for next week because there's nothing else for the next week. It's the same one. If I had the fortitude, if I had the fortitude and the creativity to make one for every stream, I would. That's 5 minutes. 5 minutes. What are you talking about? Oh, the typing game. Yeah, that sucks. I was invested too, and I didn't get to boot it up for the entire night. Lorenzo coded story. That was pretty cool. I was gifted a video game where you cook, but you cook while typing. You have to do all of the actions by typing. And you got to be pretty quick with it. It's not like, oh man, my typing speed is 30 words per minute. You can't do that. You'll die. You'll die. Everything will fall apart. Welcome to Malware Bytes. Welcome here to Malware Bytes today. The game is called The Chef's Shift. Pretty freaking cool. Goddamn ads. Invader Zim. A. That was Courage, right? Courage is A. So we officially have more votes for Courage than anything else on the list. Therefore, meaning that the bump text was right. Because that's not me talking, it's the bump text. I don't know what his name is, or her. Welcome back from the ads. If I was smarter, I would have played them earlier. You know what's funny? I reminded myself to run the ads like 3 minutes in, and then I got distracted. Like, it's just insane. I literally told myself, and I forgot. God, why? I'm in Spain without the S. Dude, whatever. So I was gonna say something, and then I just, dude, whatever. Dude, whatever, dude. Dude, whatever. I'm in Spain without the A. Spin! Why did it take me a moment? Dude, whatever. Wait, where the hell's my... Oh, here. Oh, which one am I going to play today? We're going to play Prison Break. A new version of VLC Media Player is available. Dude, freaking play it now. I can't... Ah! Ah! No, not this one. Play... Dude, play Wintertag. Oh, yeah. Well, welcome in, guys. I hope the rest of your Mondays were good. How are we doing today? I ran out of coffee, so I'm on other coffee. It's kind of pain and misery. And I had scrambled eggs today, so I guess you can say I had a pretty good breakfast. pretty freaking good breakfast. Why you're crying? Dude, thank you for the 25 stream streak. I think the longest streak right now is about to hit 90, which is crazy. I think it might be longer. But I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. So, I'm 94. Damn! Almost 95. So tomorrow someone can share the 95. A certain, not my own potentially. The only other person who could possibly hit it would be Icon, I think. Who else got a long streak? I think there's 3 people. Who's the other person with a lot? Is it Ty? Ty is at 94? Someone else is at 94 in that case. There's 3 people. I think. I don't remember who. 94 too? Okay, so that's the 3 people who got 94. Crazy. Crazy. Damn. I would only have 1 stream streak and it would be with Grimmy, but she disabled stream streaks. I don't know why. I think she basically said that it makes people go insane because they don't want to miss their streaks. But to be fair, you can save it. If you miss a stream, you just save it with a clip or a VOD. You don't even have to watch the whole clip. So what the hell? I feel like I gotta shrink that down. It's why I drink Windex. It prevents streaking. Dude, that sounds... I've been watching Robot Chicken, and that sounds straight up like some random, like, 3-second scene from Robot Chicken. Hi. I'm Ryan Seacrest, and this is why I drink Windex. It prevents streaking. And then he just, like, some nude doll thing runs past him. Exactly what I would expect from, like, Adult Swim. I mean, Robot Chicken. Adult Swim too, whatever. I found a playlist. I didn't know that Adult Swim releases something called Ambient Swim, which is literally just ambient mixes with these cool videos. And a long time ago, in Poland, I wanted to record the Bullet Train, because it's still a long trip. I wanted to record it and put some sort of ambient music over it, but Ambient Swim beat me to it, and also they have the front of the train, so there's that. I can't gain access to the front of a train. Maybe if I asked, what if I was just like, yo, sup man, listen, I'm a famous YouTuber, can you just put this GoPro on like your windshield right here where no one will be able to, it won't get in your way, and just let it record for the span of the ride? The audio is muted, so it's fine. I wonder if they would be okay with that. Probably not. Or maybe yes. Any train conductors in chat? That'd be cool if someone actually just responded and was like, yeah, actually, yeah, I conduct a train every day. I'm on one right now. I'm conducting a train right this second, actually. I wouldn't believe you. That'd be awesome, though. I don't think I've ever been even in the first cart of a train. Or, you know, first cart, not the conductor. There's actually a name for it. But the actual conductor's cart, and then the first cart for the passengers. The first passenger cart, I guess. I don't typically go to that one, because it's always stacked. I had a friend whose brother was. That's awesome. I know someone who worked for the NJ Transit, so that's the New Jersey Transit. I knew someone who worked for it, but they weren't a conductor. They were one of the... Ticket, please! Get your ticket, please! Give me your tickets! Ticket check! I don't know why they sound like the Polar Express guy. But yes. So that was cool. That was always cool that I knew someone from there. It would be kind of cool to work on a train, like, all week long, I feel like. Maybe not. Maybe it would suck. Like a real train, though. Not like a subway. I don't count those as trains. And not like the subway cart above ground things. And not the tram, either. Like an actual train. Have you guys ever been on a train? Trains are cool. And we have, like, none of those. Didn't the United States invent the... Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Didn't the United States, like, invent the train? Or did they not? Or did they, like, perfect the system? Supposedly. There are more trains in Europe than there are in the US. I don't think the US has a bullet train. Poland has 2. 2 bullet trains. Dude, oh my god. I think it was my second time going back to Poland since moving away. And, I went on a bullet train to get to the northern part of Poland. Dude, it was so cool. We were still there for about 6 hours, but it was so cool. Now I'm forgetting, he might have been the conductor, maybe for the light rail system in Dublin, but he might have been more like a train traffic controller or something. I mean, that's still cool. England, I think, was where the train was invented. I'm not train acoustic, even though I love trains. I like trains by concept and, like, being able to... use them as public transport. But I'm also not train acoustic. Although I did watch someone who said... their whole video thing was... a vlog style, like... around the US in 80 days, but it wasn't actually around the US in 80 days. It was around the US by train only. But funny story, he couldn't actually accomplish that by taking a train, stopping, taking a train, stopping, taking a train, stopping, and, you know, continuous that. There's actually not enough trains and tracks in the United States to do that. So, I think he started in, the East Coast, on the East Coast, because that's where the most trains are. What the? And I think he went from, like, New York to Boston, and then he had to fly over to Minneapolis or something. I don't know, something like that. And then from there, he went west, and then he had to fly again west, then he had to drive west, and just kept going. But you can't do a from one train to another around the US. It just doesn't work. The train was invented before the US even existed. Should have been England as far as I remember. Yeah, I don't know. I remember reading something, it was like, the US perfected the train, or invented the train, and we don't even have that many trains compared to Europe. I was like, damn, that's pretty true. The US is too small for trains. Is it? Is it really? I feel like it'd be more convenient to have a train to get from New York to, like, California than driving there. I mean, flying, obviously, there's no comparison, but what if there was a bullet train? You got a bullet train from... How long would that take? Hold on, let me think. If it took me approximately 6 hours-ish to get from Krakow to northern Poland, literally the coast. I don't know, someone will have to do the math. I don't know how long it actually takes to get from New York to California. You have to, like, consider the... You're going against the wind and whatnot. I don't know. That shit's too much for my brain. I don't do math, just meth. Trains are cool. We need more trains. But that would probably mess up a lot of everything. You know, oh, there's a highway here. What do we do about the train? But think about like all the unused land. Just put a train there. Just, dude, burn the forest and put a train there instead. Come on. Come on, man. What do we really need forests for? Trees? In 2026? Ridiculous, seriously. So what's up, Remus? Good to see you. What about subways? No, I don't. Subways suck. First of all, you can't see anything. The subways are ass. To like in every aspect. You go there, it's loud. It echoes the weird loud like tunnel noises. You can't see anything but like brick walls and dirt. Sometimes it like hurts your eardrums to go through one. I don't know how many of you have been on a subway train before, but it sucks. And no trams, no above ground subway things either. Whatever the hell those are called. We have Amtrak and you go from LA to New York City. Granted, not in one sitting. You have to take multiple trains and takes days. Yeah. What's up, Purorugu? See, but that doesn't count. That's what I mean. The person who, like, wanted to do a train tour of the entire US couldn't do it because you had to fly from one thing. I've been on a plane. I don't like planes. I have to knock myself out if it's a long... I've never been on a helicopter, and I don't think I'm willing to be on one, to be honest. Hell no. Hell no. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no way. I like trams. I mean, I like trams. I won't say I don't. They're pretty cool. They're all around, like, Krakow. But I just think trains are cooler. Nothing can compare. I don't like flying. Although, if we're gonna go to, like, Boston for PAX East, we're gonna fly. We're not gonna take a Greyhound. One time, we took a Greyhound, and it was delayed while we were on it for, like, 2 hours. And then the night that we were gonna go back home, the Greyhound was delayed I think it was 8.5 hours. So we were there at the station for 8.5 hours, sitting in line for the Greyhound to arrive. We could have slept. Our Greyhound was scheduled for like 1 in the morning or 2 in the morning because we were degenerates. We were like, hell yeah. Yeah, let's go. That shit did not work out. Actually, we couldn't stay because our Airbnb expired or was done at like midnight. So we would have just been in the streets with our... I didn't bring too much because it was only a week. So I just had a backpack, but still. Two main subways in the world are great. They go everywhere, can trade seeing things for a few minutes for interconnectivity of subways. But even the worst metro I was on was better than most of Ireland's public transport. No, I will not sacrifice 0 views, or I will not sacrifice the awesome views for a stupid convenience of travel time. All right, it's stupid. Also, you can argue Brooklyn does have a train, so you can get around a lot of the portions, and so if you want, you can just take the trains instead of the subways. But you cannot take a train from Brooklyn to Manhattan. You could take a train to the other side of Brooklyn to then get on the subway to get to Manhattan. It's not always awesome views. How often trains are surrounded by concrete? Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, the Brooklyn train it doesn't have fantastic views. Although, if you like cities and maybe the view of Manhattan from a distance, it has that on the train. I like seeing things, I guess. I don't know. US is mainly too big for trains? Well, hold on. Now, you're saying too big. I saw too small earlier. A single US state is just as big as bigger than most European countries. This is a smoking angle. I need cigarettes. With my coffee. If it's too big for trains, it's too big for cars. I said too small because it isn't. It just isn't too big. I mean, I don't know. I think I would prefer trains over most transportation. If it was available, if they were available everywhere, I would probably go with trains. Yeah, obviously subways are a major convenience because it takes me like maybe 10 minutes to get from one side of Manhattan to like halfway. Only feels big because we have no transport other than cars and planes. That is true. So about the billionaires who want a certain transport type, the US decided to be bought out by the auto industry rather than invest in trains. And they suck for it! I bet also to invest and get into gas. I don't remember if the... Hold on. Because doesn't Japan have a fully electric bullet train? It's like that big tourist attraction because it can also go like super high speeds or something, right? Unsure if trains require that. I mean, I don't know. We could easily have electric trains. Let's do it! Chat, let's form a train industry ourselves. Let's form the next big company for trains. Who needs Teslas when you can have trains? I don't have a train-tism. I really like the idea of having trains everywhere over other forms of transportation. I support this cause. Let's go! The only downside that I think of, for me, when I worked in real estate, I took a train, and the train only had two... What? Damn, now we're 10 subscriptions closer to the next train industry, the next train corporate group that we're gonna call the Bingus Express. That's right. Bingus Industries, Bingus Express. Here we go. And our slogan... Just the typoed? Is that it? Just Thank you, Chewy, for the 10 gifted Subarunis, man. Appreciate that. Jesus Christ. If only, man, if only. Unfortunately, as is being argued, trains will simply not work at least not in the United States. I understand. I'm trying to argue a lost cause because I know that trains will not work. Not anymore. Not in the US. They work in Poland, but it's mostly bullet trains. I wish we had trains too, but our society is sadly too deep in the auto industry for it to work without drastically changing our market and economy, and that's why the US is too big for trains. Yeah. Yeah. I understand. And it makes me sad. It makes me sad. I like trains. Chewy! What'd you get anyway when you gifted? Just a sandwich. Sandwich. You got Trogdor, you got Foxeldor. Look at that. Take me to Poland and leave me there, thanks. I mean, yeah, you know, that could happen. I would just say there's a couple of things you gotta, you know. What the? Why does that happen? Do you hear those noises ever? What is that? It happens every notification. I don't know why. You didn't hear it? Great. Nah, I'm schizo. It's easier to tear down 100 houses for another lane than it is to build a house. And that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Bingus Industries, ladies and gentlemen, will be tearing down Manhattan and Central Park to be setting up the first big transcontinental train tracks from New York to Canada all the way down to Florida and around the US in a weird serpentine fashion. Yes, we will be taking down people's homes without asking. I heard the ring. Yeah, you heard it like spam. That shit was weird. I don't know why that happens. Yes, it Ico stream. Who dis? Yeah, who dis, man? Oh, I gotta change mixes to Brutal Garden. Here we go. I want to take a vacation and Amtrak around the US. It would be fun. Like I said, the one YouTuber, Fausto introduced me to him, and we watched half of a video, and then he went and fell asleep. But I couldn't not watch more, so I ended up watching more, and I just watched like his entire series. But the problem is that he had to fly. So the episode 1 was, like I said, it was from New York to like Boston, and I think it was the Amtrak or something like that. And then he had to fly over to like Minneapolis, and then that took him west, like 2 states. And they had to fly, like, or drive further west. It's hard to remember now, but this is like 3 years ago. It was cool, though. It was cool. But yeah, Juicy Sour is right. A lot of people are right. It is not economically sound, nor a smart decision now with the infrastructure and, like, the everything that we have around us. It just doesn't make sense to have trains everywhere, unfortunately. I used to have a membership to the NJ Transit solely because I took the train so often to get to work. Even though I only needed the actual NJ New Jersey portion of it, like, maybe once a week, but that's still, you know, it still paid itself, really, at the end of the day. So, what are we talking about? We're talking about trains. What's up, MG? Do you like trains? I like trains. Yeah, even in the middle of nowhere where I live in Poland, there is a train, and it takes you to... It could take you to Warszawa. It takes you to Warsaw. So, that's cool. I like trains. Never rode one, though. Yeah, sounds about right. The person who I know that loves trains the most and, like, knows the most about trains is Fausto, and he's never even seen a train in person. So. It's crazy. He's right, though. By the way, guys, I found something freaking insane yesterday. And by I found, I mean I was sent it. And we just need to take a moment to appreciate this right here. For all my tech geeks. But not really tech geeks. Where did that save? What the hell? What did you save as like a WebP? What was this? You're not PNG? An AVIF. This is extremely comedic considering the web links or the URL says JPEG. Stupid AVIF files, man. Get in my face. Look at this. We're talking Crayola USB-C flash drive. 64 gigabytes. I can't even tell if you can see it properly because, you know, we're in a VHS. But that's besides the point. Look at that. SanDisk Crayola USB flash drive, USB-C. 2 times 64 gigabyte. What do you need that for? I don't know. Who cares? It's Crayola. And it comes in 4 colors. You can either go with the blue and the yellow or the orange and the, I think, green. Kind of want it. Right now they're like at Walmart for like 15 bucks. It's actually kind of insane. If you look them up on like Amazon, they're like 50 bucks a pop. So get it from Walmart. I kind of want it now. Sticking the USB, the Crayola USB to hack into the mainframe, dude. Imagine, oh my god, imagine you're like an FBI agent and you're like finding some sort of hacker and they used a USB, but they like, you know, encrypted it and all this crazy shit. They like modified it, and you find the USB after like 5 years of tracking it, and it's a Crayola USB. That's crazy. I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna freaking buy it. 15 bucks for 264 gigs? Why not? Why not, man? Anyways, today I am between 2 video games. But you know, I'm gonna be honest with you, Retro Rewind has been extremely addicting, and that's what's pulling me. It is like a new Voices of the Void. I also like the Antique Trains, yeah. Like, I just can't stop playing this game. And we just got an arcade machine, man. So I think we're gonna play some more Retro Rewind. I think we're gonna play some more Retro Rewind here right now, so. Marathon update! Ha! Haven't even booted up the game because no one wants to freaking play with me. Just freak everything, honestly. I don't even care anymore. We're playing Retro Rewind. It was between that and the typing game. Ah! I was tempted to play that typing game on stream, but I've considered the fact that it would be very, like, dependent on me focusing on it, and I don't have the capacity to multitask to the point of successfully, looking at chat while trying to interact with that, or, like, play the game. So, yeah. Am I just not live right now, or what? Did my stream die? Like... It did. Did I just DC for a moment? That's crazy, I did. I'm live? Huh. That was strange. That was very, very peculiar for a moment. No? Oh, what the hell? It said on Twitch that I did. And then my Spotify was like, hey man, sorry dude, but like, literally right now, I'm not gonna work. That was weird. All right. Twitch is stupid. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. We're going to expand to that side soon, TM. I think it's $1,500. $1,500 when we get that much. Well, we need a little bit extra. We're gonna chop this up right here. And we are gonna make it an arcade. Because we have this stuff. Look at this. Oh, grab money. What the hell? You did buffer earlier for me? Frick. Although I feel like it would make more sense to have the arcade somewhere like here. Like a little small room. But for now, we'll probably expand to there. Open. I know what you're thinking. Aiko, what about the Resident Evil franchise? We'll play it. We're gonna play Revelations 1 sometime this week. For sure. Oh, by the way, chat, my first assignment for my new course in university is really cool. It was really, really cool. I had to write Hello World in C++. So yeah, I'm basically in the big leagues now. I'm basically a hacker man's. Shop looks better since I saw it. Yeah, it's changed quite a lot since the last couple streams. I mean, we got a second, like, thing over here. This is crazy, right? When I see this guy, I think of Chewie. Oh my god, what are you wearing? What is that? He's got 2 shoes on or something. The Blender donut of the programming world. It really is. It really freaking is. Dude, that's not me. I don't know. You just seem like a Walter. I think your real name is like Walter Chewiekins. Walter Schubert. You want a horror film? I got you, homie.
Oh.
Man. Well, now if I ever have a name theme that has you, like, use your real username or your username to make up a fake name, you can just make yourself Walter Schubert. Just remember that. I'm lurking. What the freak? This dude asked me to reserve a Draconic Park. As if we don't have 17 million copies. Oh, dude, just in case, you know, they get rented out, please save me a copy of Draconic Park. Dude, they won't. They will not.
Oh.
Enjoy your lurk. The Leafeons film. There's a chance you might not have it. Yeah. Yeah. For sure. You might still be right. My favorite part is there's still a sticker because we tried to sell it. Ah, you reserved it. This is not the good product?
Ooh.
Alright. Imagine making fun of customers. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's just insane. We have that entire shelf. Maybe they don't know that. Maybe they don't know that. Which is fair. If they don't know, then they don't know. I don't know everything. I only know what I know. What's good? This is how businesses go down. I think this business will succeed. Was it Futurama where they got to the latest iPhone and the dude is like, "You're lucky, I think you just got the last one." He reaches in the back that's packed to the gill with them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Futurama, yes. I wanna rewatch Futurama. What if I just did random, you know, I'm not even gonna announce them as like movie nights. I'm just gonna randomly like show up in the movie night channel. Screen sharing like Futurama.
Hey.
No announcement. Completely like unexpected. Just Aiko screen sharing Futurama. Dude, I should do that. I should just like toss all of those copies into the back and be like, oh, just in time. This is the last one. Walks out. Goes to the back. 18,000 boxes of or what was it? Draconic Park. What's Futurama? Really cool old show. Really old show. Only old people know Futurama.
Ooh.
It's a show that was on Adult Swim, aka Cartoon Network late hours. I was hoping we would get something from like those movies, but you know, I came to the realization that these are only movies and not also shows, which is why we don't get like South Park or Futurama.
Oh.
Was good. The tape got stuck in my VCR. Get a better VCR. Did you? Marrying my explosive. I wonder what the concept of that film is. I was right, but the dialogue was wrong. Fry says, "Are there any left?" The guy goes, "Maybe one." Then it shows the back where there's a conveyor of iPhones being given out. Hey, what's up? Morty.
Oh.
Shit. Who is knocking on the door? What you got, homie? The performer is in for a treat. Iron Keg Fleet. Dancing with my octopus. The wizard's true lover. Flaming hot keg. Alright, thanks, man. Out of curiosity, is this just a new paper? No, it's literally the same every time. I'm just like babysitting today. Do you have old movies that an old movie I can watch? The kids always fall asleep to the boring classics. I think an old drama is like the perfect pick for this. How about The Rocket Man in a Small Town? Dancing with My Octopus looks dope. Yeah, dude, it's got 0 stars and the market value is 75 bucks. Android Gangsters. Oh, snap. That would be awesome. What's up? You want to I want the release of Jumbo Manhunt. I actually do think we're out. But I'll buy 1 extra copy just for this dude. There you go. Ooh. Yo, I'm overdue on my rent of Spy Kids 2 VHS. How much do I owe you? How overdue are you? Our late fee is $2 a day. Oh god. No! The Bird's Long Way Home! No! We're getting the copy of that one. Unacceptable. What's up, Peanut? Wait, we have 2 copies of this? That means it broke twice since 2002. Wait, but we're in 1991. No, we're still in 1990. That'll be negative. Sorry, just 1 second. Okay, so that's... Okay, so we got... Alright, and then we're gonna do... Yeah, we're gonna do that. Okay, so we owe you $8,760. You know, whenever you have a chance to just, you know, stop by, please do. I probably butchered the math there, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, we actually owe you 8,640 or whatever it was dollars. You know, whenever you get the chance, you know, stop by. No rush, of course. My man Carter over here will handle the problem. We apologize for the inconvenience. Is this the second Bird's Long Way Home that broke? The price of getting a movie 12 years early. You know what? It can be argued that he can probably earn that much money from like a premium quality VHS limited edition in today's day and age. Probably. Okay, we do not have another copy of that. So I don't know where the second one is. We gotta get over this stupid holiday season. I want new releases again. Dude, the new releases have been awesome. Peanut, have you been playing this game? I know Nature has. That's literally because I rated Nature yesterday who was playing it. Haven't? Oh, it's so good. I like it just for honestly, I mean, the game is fun, but the new releases are so cool because they're all references to, like, or they're parodies of real movies. So you got, like, Cronin the Berserker, Jumbo Manhunt, Draconic Park, Galactic Rebellion 4, The Color Violet, Static Haunting. Oh my god, I keep forgetting we don't have a limited edition of Forward to the Past. Look at that. Oh, it's so cool. Oh, we also have Leafeons as a film. We should try to get a limited edition of the Leafeons film, The Plant Lost in Space. And the next day. It might be on the shelves or rented out. Hey, I got an achievement for selling 20 cotton candies. Chad, what is your favorite movie of all time? The Bread Gang Assault. Cabin in the Woods, damn. Can I even think of what my favorite movie of all time is? I like Neverending Story, but I feel like nostalgia is just winning over there. I like The Ring. I ask these questions and I can't even think of my own.
Oh.
OG Ring. Like the Japanese version. Ringu. It's probably between that. I love Ace Ventura. I love Ace Ventura a lot. Truman Show is really good. A lot of Jim Carrey films will end up in my like top 10. We need... Dude, how do we not have a Lord of the Rings? Parasite was a really good movie. Is that... Do you mean the Korean one? Or is it an actual one that I don't know of? Yeah, I actually liked it. Yeah, we watched it twice. We had nothing to do in Boston, like, 2 days, because it was raining. So we went to see the movie twice. It's so stupid. It was like release month or whatever. And my friends don't particularly like subtitles, but for some reason they were down to watch it twice, so we did. We were gonna go watch the Sonic movie, I think. And then instead of doing that, we watched Parasite. What, dude? No, you're gonna work. You want a horror film? I got you, homie. Oh yeah, the hot dog graveyard. Check that out. Can't find any candy. This dispenser's empty. What? Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, Parasite was a good movie. I think I've watched it like 4 times now. I think we need 2 registers. Not gonna lie. Yo, my VCR died and I refuse to replace it. Someone tells me the VHS tapes won't be around for much longer. Just a feeling. Do you want my tape collection? Yes. Oh my god! My game crashed. I fixed it! That was crazy. Everything Everywhere All at Once. You know what? I think I've heard of that one.
Huh?
Everything Everywhere All at Once. I think because I was going through a bit of a K-drama phase, like last year. I was looking at like recommendations, and I think that was one of them. I didn't end up watching that one though. I watched Friendly Rivalry, which, I mean, I have a bias in that one, so kind of just sold my soul to Lee Hyeri. Moon 2001: A Space Odyssey, Pi, Chaos Theory, The Big Lebowski. Written into my bones, I'm not thinking of though. I'm not really good at picking out movies. It's so funny that I asked this question because, like, generally I don't watch a lot. God damn, the line is stacked. Christmas movie.
Oh.
What are movies that I can watch over and over again? I don't even think I could watch Neverending Story over and over again. Back to the Future is definitely like in my top 5.
Wow.
The first Back to the Future. What's up?
Oh.
Would I put a Star Wars in my top 5? I don't think I would. I mean, I loved Rogue One. It was really good. So, Smexy Lexi. It's a good movie. Very bizarre and fun. I do like bizarre and fun. I should get back into movies. I've been watching just Robot Chicken from season 1. I would probably put Fellowship of the Ring in my top 5. You want a new release? God damn. Oh, you lucked out. We got one more.
Ah.
Can't ever forget Lord of the Rings. That has to, at least one of the films has to be in the top 5. Would I put Rogue One? What's up? Song for my ghost. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Where did this dickhead go? He's shitting himself. As far as, like, I can name my top 5 animated films. Or mostly, like, Disney Pixar. The Black Cauldron, Tangled, Coco.
Oh.
The hell did I name? Black Cauldron, Tangled, Coco. God, what was it? Oh, Treasure Planet. That's the name. Jesus, I couldn't remember the name. Treasure Planet, and I think Atlantis. Or maybe I would switch out Treasure Planet for El Dorado. I feel like I'm missing one now, though. Now that I named those, I'm like, something's not right. What am I missing? Black Cauldron is definitely on it. Atlantis is definitely on it. Oh, Brother Bear. I'm forgetting Brother Bear. Man. Too many movies. Spider-Verse 2, Treasure Planet, Puss in Boots, and Chainsaw Man movie. Oh, I should watch the Chainsaw Man movie. Is it Reze? I should watch it, because I watched all of Chainsaw Man. But I didn't watch the movie. And everyone tells me I would love it. I don't know what that implies, though. My actual top 5 animated films might be a little bit more messed up than, or mixed up. It's so good. Yeah, I should watch it. I mean, everyone has been telling me that I would love it. I'm just kind of like on an off anime arc at the moment. Hence the Robot Chicken. Did I already ask everybody if the... Yeah, I did, never mind. I was gonna ask if you guys liked Rick and Morty or not, but now I remembered that. I already asked that. Guys, unfortunately, we live in a conformist society. A society that is full of consumerism and forced viewership of advertisements, and I have to run them. So I'll be right back after this commercial break. I am so sorry. What's up, Shirkwan? Not even gonna lie, I just sat here and waited. Just sat here and waited, pretty much. Yeah, I forgot about The Fifth Element. That's a big one. I love The Fifth Element. That's a great movie. Hi guys, welcome back from our commercial break. Unfortunately, I have to run this. Because life is pain. Did we check the good films of today? We're looking for 4.5 stars. We did get an entire set of films for free. I like The Sword and the Stone. I think it was the King Arthur story. I don't remember it too much, though. The Wild Robot. The Wild Robot. I don't think I've ever heard of this. Oh, I recognize the fox. Why are you mad? Feel awful about this. It's my fault. Then just pay the fee. You don't have to explain what happened. Just pay the fee. Just pay the fee. You think I'm gonna pity it just because you were a good Samaritan? Come on. Yeah, Fifth Element is definitely a really good one. I actually liked the Blue Alien Avatar films for a bit. Until it was like super overplayed in the household, at least. Service robot that helps humans, but crash lands in a forest with only animals? Ah. Makes me think of The Iron Giant. That was a good film.
Hi.
Or... Wait, this is a franchise. What the hell? Put those back in franchises! Who organized this? They should be fired. Any more of them? I also like Tokyo Drift. I don't know if I'd make that top 5, but I do definitely like Tokyo Drift. And I mean, the OG Fast and Furious films were also good. Oh, Clockwork Orange. Blade Runner was pretty good, yeah. Mad Max, I don't know why, it just never appealed to me. Where's Leafeons? We got our films! Oh my goodness gracious. Well, I'll be damned. Was that even on the list? That's my gift. We got a Western film. I watched too many. I used to when I was younger. Or maybe just before VR chat. And after, or when VR chat came through, I don't know. I got so locked into anime and stuff again that I mean, we had like, you know, movie nights, but... Oh snap, here we go. Where the hell do I put it? Oh god. You should never watch movies until every conversation was about Game of Thrones, then I went on a movie spree. That's very fair. That is very, very fair. That was kind of me with anime for a very long time, which is why pull random anime titles out of my ass, and people are like, what the hell? How do you even know that? Snake the Desert Star. Black Hat Bodybuilder. The Good, the Bad, and the Toaster. Now we're talking. Half of these are not... Like, these aren't even Western films so far. The Dead Buffalo's Outpost. Outlaw's Big Toe. What is going on? The Lawless Skeleton. Outlaw's Letter. Magician Showdown. So the only one that's somewhat remotely Western so far by title is The Good, the Bad, and the Toaster. This does not get the Ico seal of approval. But dude, I watched so much anime since like the age of 13 up until basically when I got into VR chat. And it continued for like a little bit, but then I just stopped because I got burnt out. But like, wow, someone actually broke a copy of Cronin.
Oh.
Obviously, like, VR chat was very weeb heavy at the time, so knowing anime was a big thing. Off topic, this song I much prefer from 2003. Something about it makes the song make more sense, but also instead of Bowie going, she goes, shut the fuck up. Dead or alive. I was in college, sailing the high seas a lot. Basically obtained the most of the IMDb top 250 and started working my way through it randomly. In university and college, I had friends that were like super impressed if you knew just a random ass anime that they've never heard of. So I felt like a pro for a while.
Ooh.
Where is this guy? How many times does he have to visit the toilet? Great song timing considering the Western films are out today. The thing is with me and films, I tend to not like... I watch them, but then my brain, it's almost like in one ear, out in one eye, out the other. With a lot of them. I don't know why. Like, I watched 3 seasons of Rick and Morty, and I can only remember, like, some vivid details. Like, the robot that's like, what is my purpose? And he's like, you passed butter. Oh my god. Or the planet of, like, dominant women and, like, men are, like, slaves. Or, show me what you got. And then, like, I don't know, let me think. What else is somewhat similar in that aspect? I'm actually out of Christmas movies. This is insane. I mean, it is the holiday season. To Your Eternity. That sounds familiar. What is that?
Ooh.
Is that a new anime? Dickhead man. First you ask for a recommendation, then you just toss my recommendation on the ground. A Place Beyond the Pines. I also think I was more of a TV show guy. Right? Like, again, we're talking about Adult Swim and stuff. I watched way more stuff on, like, Cartoon Network and Adult Swim than I did movies. No, this is not Sandra. Stop calling me, damn it. I loved Cartoon Network. Courage the Cowardly Dog. Billy and Mandy. I keep forgetting, Ed and Eddie was not Cartoon Network, right?
Oh.
Or was it? Why does, every time I think of Ed and Eddie, I feel like it was on a different channel, but I think it, was it Cartoon Network? It was, wasn't it? Dude, now I don't remember. Cartoon Network. Because I know, you know, Cartoon Network had those, like, you know, the animations that puts the things together, the characters together. So I think I remember Ed and Eddie being there with, like, Courage the Cowardly Dog and the Kids Next Door. I think it was an animation of them. On a new release, got you, old man. It was Cartoon Network? Okay. Johnny Bravo. And then they had, like, Boomerang. Did you guys watch much Boomerang? I feel like I didn't. Yoink!
Ooh.
Just stole the movie that he was about to buy, I'm pretty sure. Or rent out. Came out in 2021. It's about a shapeshifter that takes the form of people that passed away that it had relations to. Oh. Okay, no, I don't think I've heard of that one. The title itself sounds familiar, but you know. Dexter's Laboratory was one of my all-time favorites. An old movie.
Oh.
Here, maybe he'll buy the rest of the franchise. Dude, wait, actually, you're right. Was it the Jetsons? I think the Jetsons were one of the first ones to move over to Boomerang. So I did watch Boomerang, like, a couple times. I wasn't into the Flintstones, like everyone else.
Oh.
That might be a bit after my time, to be honest. Did you know they met? Wait, what? Flintstones and the Jetsons? Really? I did not know that. What is your problem, bro? Just pay the just go, leave. I did not know they met. That's crazy. I basically never watched Cartoon Network. We only got it here when we got digital TV, and then my TV only got digital like 5 years after it was more common. Then my family got good internet, so Cartoon Network I only got for less than a year. What kind of human being would I be today without Cartoon Network? You know, I don't think I even would. I don't think I'd be a streamer.
Ah.
Oh.
Staple of crossovers. They made a special episode where the Jetsons went back in time and met them. That's awesome. What? I kind of want to watch that now.
Hey.
A good comedy film. The Plant Obsessed. Yo, this is the new Leafeons film. We just got this one. Flintstones. Where are the Flintstones? I also liked Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. Dude, just pay. Leave me alone. Not to say that I didn't like Nickelodeon or anything, right? Like, those are still... It still had good shows. But from Nickelodeon, I preferred, like, the Nick at Night, which was when they showed Full House for some reason. I loved Full House. Classic. Late Night Hunting Sorcerer. Dark Parent Magic. No tobacco, only motion. This is the third time we've seen this one. Maybe we should just buy it. Uncle Between Our Hearts. I don't know what that means, but I'm just gonna buy it. Basic Math with My Werewolf. Okay. Oh my god, a new Astro Golf. Plant Pot. Oh yeah, Jimmy Neutron for sure. Fairly Odd Parents. SpongeBob, yep. Odd Parents, Fairly Odd Parents. Leap in the Astro Golf series? Dude, huge cameo. That's the wrong one. Where'd it go? Someone already grab it, or am I blind? Where did I put it? Was it like limited edition? I think someone grabbed it. I literally don't see it.
Oh, hi.
What's up, Soul Leader? Okay, whatever. I'll find it eventually. Okay, we have $2.4 thousand. It is time. Are you serious? It's not even... I mean, you know what? That's fine. Because this is where we'll make the arcade. Can I color the bottom side or not? Oh, I see. It changes with this. I wish I could have this with the neon walls. Let's do something different. Let's do this. Because everything, this entire place is neon walls. If anything, this should be the fantasy section. The other... Why? No, dude, the arcade isn't gonna be, like, massive. Dude, what the hell is this? I have to refresh the page. Arcade will probably need more space. Well, here's the problem with the arcade. There are only 2 arcade machines. So am I just gonna get 4 arcade Maze Munches and 4 arcade Orc Invaders? Like, there's nothing else. No, there's no pinball. These are the only 2. That's the problem, is there's just not a lot of choices for it. Nah, that looks stupid. I think we just do default, maybe wooden, and then... we gotta do some comparisons here. Nah, I think the plain black is fine. What about plain white? Maybe we do plain white. Plain white tees. Maybe the plain black actually looks better. I think I prefer the plain black. Okay, so... I'm thinking about moving the snacks to the arcade as well. Apples. This is a movie shop, a VHS store, not a... Oh wait, we can move the... This is so awkward now. I don't know where to put the horror films. We could move sci-fi over to the arcade. Nah. Time for aisles? I refuse. I gave up on aisles a long time ago. Good to see you, Carlos. Speaking of apples, I just ate one before stream. Always eat an apple, Chad. An apple a day keeps the doctors away. And if you throw them hard enough, it can really keep anyone away. I know, I have considered just like redoing the entire setup and having aisles again, or aisles at all. But my brain cannot comprehend like redoing the entire setup now. Which one is this again? This is Orc Invaders. Let's get the other one. We'll slowly work on that one. Maze Munch, right. Right. DuckTales. Woo. You guys like DuckTales? I mean, this will at least be a decent place to finally show this off. Xenocat, what are they feeding you? If you redid the whole shop to be a totally new layout, you might have a better time than slowly reorganizing each bit slowly. You are correct. But my problem is, even if I made the aisles, you know what really annoys me? It's so close to the register here. I would have rather had the aisles just go like start here, but I feel like I would have to make them go this way. I mean, I don't have to, but it's like what my brain is envisioning the most. I feel like we should also commit to like larger shelves for each category rather than having these small shelves at this point. I think new releases should stay here. Although, my man Jumbo is dunzo for now. Dude, even the song is telling me to do it all over again. Let me think. I need like you know what I was thinking? I'm about a 50-50 here. Maybe, and this is so stupid, but just hear me out, it might make sense. Instead of the tall shelves, we get a bunch of these. So then we can fill out the real, like, fill out the aisles. Yeah, but then there's gonna be, because hold on. God. I can't envision it. I can't. Even what you're saying, I can't like visualize it the way I want. The thing is, like, my Blockbuster was wall-to-wall shelves at the end, and then aisles. But it was more like aisles going this way. So you had the wall-to-wall shelves, and then you had aisle. Aisle. So to the left would be aisles. Just going that way. I really don't like... Hold on, I have to let the plane pass. You know what throws this whole thing off for me? The stairs. The stairs are really, really throwing off what I had planned. Because if this was level, those two sections, if they were leveled, then I could just do the aisles that I had in mind. But this is like... This is such little space. It's too cramped in these sections for aisles, in my mind. On top of this weird divide here. So what I could do, I suppose, is we'll take the tall shelves and we'll leave them on the walls. Then we will grab a bunch of these smaller ones and turn these into aisles. Which I think is what you said. Do tall shelves for the walls, those shelves for the aisles. Yeah, so walls here, right? Big tall ones, walls. Aisles will be the halves. Or not really halves, but 2 shelves less. Yeah. But in order to commit to that, I need to sell the shelves that wouldn't make sense. So these I'll probably sell. And then I'm going to need to purchase more of the 4 shelves. And then I don't know what to do down here yet. But yes, I do think that is a viable choice. Maybe we just put the refrigerator, the food, down here. Kind of want to put this down here. One of my dad's favorites? Hell yeah. I don't really want to get started on it until I can verify that I have the space. Or we just make this the adult section at long last. Isolated from the world. And in my mind, in my head, this is where we all came from. Here's my real issue, right? The aisles that I know would be like this, and then just imagine this is at the very end over here. I mean, I guess we could just shift it over. You know what I mean? But, you know, better. Obviously. God, how many of these shelves would I need? Should I do it going this way like you see here? Or should I do it going that way? Because if I go this way, then I suppose we can put new releases. How much more can I expand this section? I literally can't. This layout sucks. But here's the idea. Here's the idea. Something that makes sense in the future. Room C will probably not have a staircase because it doesn't. You can't see this. Oh wait, no, it doesn't. I thought this represents staircase, but it. Well, assuming this isn't going to be another staircase, then what we could do is aisles connecting here, A and C. This section, this area will be something else. No, that doesn't make sense. Parallel to the windows makes more sense, but parallel to the register feels more right. Yeah. I think it would be easier to make the aisles look less cramped if we go towards or parallel with the register. I would move a bunch of things over. Like, all the food stuff would be, I don't know, maybe just put here. I don't think I would put anything here besides this section. This ruined everything again. The wall here, man. For the time being. Wait, what? Hey, I wasn't allowed to do that before. You know what? Just for the time being, until we can get all the stuff organized appropriately, I'm just going to put it... This is gonna mess up my brain. Just so we know. Because now I've moved all of the shelves again. That I've been organizing for a long time. Carter, you've been waiting here all night. It's 12 a.m. Sell those 2 drama shelves and buy the wider one you have for action for drama again. Yeah, that would be the play. Yes, because then we can just do the aisle. The idea would be sell these 2. Keep this wall. The thing is, do I want to keep them organized after the fact, or do we just put them randomly all over as mixed shelves? Do I keep the franchise shelf and the kid? Well, the kids shelf will stay, but... Why wouldn't you organize? Well, I just think back to Blockbuster. And I'm gonna be honest with you. There was like Star Wars, and right next to Star Wars, you would have Barney the Dinosaur or something. It never made sense. Well, no one's buying Crunchzilla anymore? What's going on? So I feel like it would make sense to have... Do I want to start the aisle? This is too cramped. Like, it hurts. It hurts me. I get like... Yeah, I think that'd be fine. I guess. Would it? Where the hell would I start the aisles? I feel like I'm getting claustrophobic. Okay, then we can fit one more new release aisle right here. Essentially. And then we would do... Oh, it's... No, wait. Is it 4 rows or 5? 4. Wait, those are a lot cheaper. Maybe we could set it up. Oh! That's right. We have to take into consideration... Wait, I actually got it perfect almost. Be kind, rewind. Yo, what's up? Rouge and Delusion. What a nice name. They could overlap, yeah. You could do this. What's up, Rougean? Dude, did you delete your Discord account? I mean, it's cool if you did, obviously. I'm just curious. Yes? Gotcha, okay. Yeah, I was curious. Oh, you lost access. Well, that sucks. The problem is, unless I start the aisle here, which is totally cool. Let's just assume we do this, right? I mean, I guess the reason this could be beneficial is because then we can just use this empty space here. Wait, can I actually move him closer? No, because for some reason these are different from this one. Why does Back to the Future not get a cool, like... Whatever. Thoughts, opinions. I think this is decent, yes? We're gonna have to move action. Even though I was logged in Discord said no, the authenticator program deleted my Discord. That sucks, man. I'm sorry. That really sucks. I'd do that with the standees, but then use the back of them as another wall, basically. I just don't think there'd be space, dude. I feel like this is fine. Because if I shift this over, then I'll have to move this over, and that's only going to be like 2 aisles. Given if we do this, like, double box split, right? We would only have... Meanwhile, I could have 2 here. But if I shift it over enough to have a second aisle this way, a walkway aisle, it would be hella cramped for starters, and secondly, I wouldn't be able to fit a third section, I don't think, then. If we do the doubles. Because this would be... I can't even... be here. And then it'll be one behind it. And then the double up for this would be... like that. So I wouldn't be able to add this. If you know what I mean, right? Which is fine. We could just have an aisle here without this. But I would rather it just be similar enough to just have this. Having a clear path would be good, but also some delay would be nice too for lines. Maybe you don't need the too wide gap between the two aisles. I mean, I guess I don't, but I kind of like how it looks. Comparatively. We could just do this. Right? This isn't terrible. No, this is terrible. No, that's actually awful. I don't like that. Any NPCs working for refilling? I actually don't even know if they can. Return station and checkout. So I don't know what return station essentially makes them do. I don't know where they would put them, but I have a feeling they wouldn't organize them, and I'm afraid. Maybe they would by category, but I'm afraid they would just see, like, drama and then put a random film in there. We're level 17. At level 20, we get a second worker. Do 1.5 wide. I mean, like, something like that. Dude, I really don't think we're losing that much space here. Like, this is effectively nothing. The only thing to consider is where do we make it end, right? Because, like, it can only go so far. And then I guess I would stop it. I can't even stop it there, so I would have to end it right about here. So this will be one aisle, just, you know, in these sizes. And then this would be the wall. Oh, that hurts. Can we... Oh, come on, man. This has messed up everything, by the way. Like, this has effectively ruined my entire, like, perception of the layout, and I'm going to be suffering for at least a week. In-game. I kind of look how these look now when they're themed together. In this, like... Yeah, but I need the color scheme, otherwise I'm gonna be looking at the names. Or, I guess, alternatively, we just change what the thing looks like. Nah, we can still color scheme it. Each all can be a genre. So what do we do when I have... How many genres do we have right now? Right now I can fit 3... About, what, 5 aisles plus new releases, right? That's only 5 genres. You counted the walls? Hmm. I mean, so like, if this aisle leads to here, wouldn't this just be another... Let's say this is action. Wouldn't this just end and this would be more action and then this would be whatever's next to it? Or should this be a different genre? So it should be different genres. Okay. Depends on popularity. That's a good point. I don't know what the most popular genre really is. I think it's drama. I think drama and horror are like the 2 most popular. Not the same as the aisle. Also, what would I put here? Should this be the same genre as this aisle? For now, I'd say to hell with the franchises. Oh, so the franchise should be the back shelf. Okay. Okay. I guess that makes sense. So what I would probably... Okay. For now, I'm gonna leave it as is. Hello? Staircase? Hello? Thank you. Oh, God. Until I can make the aisles, we could buy more. I just need to keep in mind that I have to... Okay, that's it. That's it. Because I don't know how much I have to pay this guy. Yeah, I was thinking horror would be the back wall. So it makes sense where it is. So what would we do? I think action should be... Like, what besides horror can be the special shelves? Well, honestly, what I was initially thinking for this particular shelf is to just... Let's see if I can even do it. Hold on. I just thought to cut it off here. And my life is ruined. No, that looks stupid. Oh yeah. That also looks stupid. Does it? Or is that okay? That's not terrible. Wait! I have to run ads. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Dude, I was wondering the same thing. Like, why don't we have these visualizers anymore? I assume there's a good reason for it. So you said keep the shelf that's capped on the end. So what, just keep this? Put a shelf for the franchises? The only thing that's really throwing me off about this wall is the fact that I can't fit another one right there. I mean, I guess what I could do, just for the hell of the sake of it, right? Just have the display cases. I mean, that's not terrible. And then 2 shelves. Do that. Exactly what I was referring to. Oh. Oh, I see. This is so scuffed because I don't have the layout ready yet, but... essentially, this will be the action section. I've already committed to this, so at this point, I'm going to spend the time making sure it functions. My only concern now is whether or not I'll have the space for all of these tapes. Because we have a lot. I don't know if these 2 shelves will be enough. Oh no, it'll be 3 shelves. Wait, is it 3 shelves? I think so. Okay, okay, it's 3 of the mini shelves, and then the back shelf. Okay. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. It's 3 shelves. That should be enough. Oh wait, that was fun. I think sci-fi is pushing it a little bit. Yeah, sci-fi wouldn't work. But I mean, look, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think that's it. There's some copies of Star Wars we can probably sell. I knew it, too. I was like, oh god, it's 6, 7. This will probably end up moving to here. We'll make the arcade down here. This could be... yeah, this is more adult section, but the problem is later this is going to expand to there. And then that's when I think the adult section will become the... oh, it's only $7.50 for that. I think this will be the adult section. The F. Here. I don't know what I'll put there. I think this is too big for the arcade. Main floor adult section. I hate that this is here. I really don't like that it's there. Hey, this is looking good, right? I mean, it's not even remotely close to complete. Also, you know, we've got a couple of films that might have a couple dozen too many copies. I was the one pushing for the vision. I wanted to, but I didn't want to, like, mentally have to, you know, reorganize it when I was already locked into my layout but I know it looks better and more aesthetically appealing to have it like this. It looks good. It really does. These could stay here, I guess. I mean, this is gonna be the new problem. Where the hell do I put these? Well, actually, they're in the window. I mean, they're in the window, and we could just lay them out here afterwards. Change them out every new release. I mean, I don't mind that. The new releases aren't that frequent. Also, I think we're about to hit 1991, ladies and gentlemen. We made it to 1991. I just got more money. W challenges. There's something weird about saying W when we're playing such... What the... When we're playing a retro game. This is not a retro game, but yeah, you get the point. Retro-themed game. What is your saying? Wait, so what is your saying is start again? What do you mean? Should I color scheme these or just leave them gray? Let's be honest. It's gonna look weird if it's color scheme now, I feel like, right? We could just do drama and just have it like... Yes? And this will be the franchise? Action can be... I feel like action suits this more. I don't think so. It doesn't look weird being color-coded. The first emo VHS shop? I mean, my idea was to just have a full-on horror VHS shop, but then people would be asking about different genres, and I wouldn't be able to... I mean, drama's just gray. Action is blue. Blue. For the time being, we just... It is a little cramped over here, but that's okay. It's gonna be cramped for this wall. You're right, color coding will help me more than anything, but my idea is to somewhat, like, connect the genres in a way that makes sense. For example, drama, and then here would be romance. That would make more sense. Drama and romance. And then sci-fi, fantasy. And then, you know, whatever else I have. Drama, romance, sci-fi, fantasy, action, police. And then the back sections will be like Christmas, horror. Yeah, you know. You get the point. Or it could be action and horror, but I don't know. There is drama in romance. What's up, Snowblade? You might want to push in the second aisle. I was honestly thinking of shuffling this over. Oh, I actually can't. I have to start there. Oh. I thought about moving this, like... I mean, that's fine. That's totally okay. Christmas looks at adult... yeah, I can't wait to just be able to get rid of that. Alright. Carter, man, you've been here for way longer than 12 a.m., but, you know, time stops. Fortunately. I do think we should reconsider the appearance of these now. Stay red, but like... Die Hard Christmas, yeah! Time Splitter, yo! Time Splitters, that's a throwback. Thank you for the follow, welcome in. Peak game, man. This will be the franchise. But I think the idea for franchise will be to sort it by genre to a degree. So, like... apparently we don't have any at the moment. But, like, these dudes are all drama films, so they would go behind the drama section under the franchises. And then... you know, sci-fi, we have the scientist guy. If I want to do franchises. Well, we probably will, but... yeah. Alright, let's start the day. Because this is going to be dreadful for a little bit, I think. At least until I have the space. We won't fit all the genres yet, so we're gonna have to leave a couple of these around here. You know, while we're at it, let's sell some of these Star Wars. Welcome in, Time Splitter, what's up? How many of the Back to the Futures we have? We have a lot. Unnecessary. There you go. This has to go. For sure, dude. This has to go. We don't also have, like, we don't have a lot of fantasy films, so. What's up, Gurjuvie? Alright, let's start the day. We need money so we can expand. Achievement, own 500 movies in your inventory. Sweet. Not much of the best layouts I've seen. Oh, thanks. Oh, we're in spring day 1. What in the world? Wait a second, these are the films that disappeared. That's not a cherry blossom. I can see the pollen flying. This is bad. Well. These are the films that just randomly disappeared at one point. They were outside all this time. They despawned into the outer world. It's funny you say that because I only just started this layout. He's back! The scientist! Wait, you don't have the mustache. You're a fraud. That's not the scientist.
Oh.
Sunset Dynamite. Hell yeah, this is a good film. Enjoy. Hi, what's up? You reserved Jumbo Manhunt. Nice. Enjoy.
Ooh.
Also, you can make the caps of the aisles closer together. It might feel a little cramped, but stick with it. Then push the long side. I mean, cramped won't bother me for too long when we get the second worker, because they're gonna be doing the organizing. As long as they actually organize appropriately. That's my only concern, is they won't. Dude, Sunset Dynamite sounds awesome, by the way. There's the franchises.
Hey.
You want a funny comedy movie? Unfortunately, I still know where those are.
Oh.
Just pay the fee, come on. Look at the fantastic work we've done because of you paying the fees. Only Conan. Well, this is the new releases. I wonder if there are more films out here that just disappeared. I think we've only lost those 4, so it makes sense. This is great. Although oh god, we have a lot more sci-fi films than I remember. I mean, dude, the Scientist franchise is just taking up like 90% of it anyway. We have a lot of sci-fi. We have more sci-fi than horror, I think. Yeah, you're probably right.
Ooh.
New sci-fi section. Alright, Rujin, later, man. Also, yeah, if... You can add me on Discord if you want. I'm pretty bad at responding to DMs anyway, but... Evidently, if you wanted to, you can. Just realize that's not a new release. Jumbo is no longer a new release. So what's good? Jumbo Manhunt.
Wow.
I think sci-fi might have to be at one of the end walls. Not accepting requests? Oh, damn it, you're right. I did in fact do that. Yeah, I'll fix it for a split second. Where is it? How do you even do that? Account? Hey! Add a friend. War in the World is streamer mode now. There it is. Nice!
Ah.
They're gonna see this in these changes live. Yeah, I don't know why I overthought the sci-fi thing. Why wouldn't I just make it these shelves? The only thing is, yeah, if I want to like categorize it more appropriately, it's gonna be a little scuffed, but. You want a drama movie, an emotional drama movie. I hear The Color Violet's pretty emotional. Just means friends seeing your stream and it's hard to dox messages. Yeah. Yeah, it's only like if you share with a server, so people in my server can see I'm live, but. Meh. Be right there, hold up. What's up, Rhyme? Two Brothers in the Barrel. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a good film. Part of the franchise. Look at that. Oh, look at all these booked Christmas films. Now that Christmas is over. So are we officially in 1991? Damn, you're quick.
Ooh.
Red Dead 2, dude, nice. That is a very good game. What's up, Rose? Let's see, does it say the year on the calendar? It... No. No, it doesn't. But we know April Fool's Day is on the 2nd of the month. New release on Tuesday. Woohoo! How you doing? Doing good, doing good. Finally upgrading our shop, making it look a little nicer. Oh, nope, Sausage in Miami goes right here. That's a franchise. Dude, it looks good. I'm satisfied. It looks good. It's gonna suck when we get to like the point where some of these genres can't fit on the walls. That's for sure. It reminds me of when I was a kid. Yeah, right? This... Well, we could actually get those 2 shelves now. We could get a 3rd shelf. Let's see. I need a 3rd releases shelf as well. So, gotta remember that. I'm sure they don't mind some, you know, construction work. Actually, I think this will be fun with a 3rd shelf. I could cut it short, but we have a lot of action films.
Hey, somebody.
I would probably put, if I want to do sci-fi, it would be here. Which means down the back section will be a franchise. If I want to do that. If we do sci-fi and fantasy, it makes sense.
So... Okay, so... It would be really awkward here. But it's the only one. And that being said, it doesn't hurt to... Let's just pretend this is the other releases one. We can just move this up a little bit, right? Because there's a lot of space this way. I could just move this up to here. It might look a little weird, but if I move it up, there should be space. Whatever this is. This little corner kind of blows, but I can make an exception for now. Not much to worry about there for now anyways, because... Wait, this is... How did this become too full? I thought we, like, pushed it to, like... Wait, that might fix things. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I thought we did 1.5-ish, something like that. In which case... This is no longer bothered. I mean, it kind of still is, but it's a little less... Or I can just, I don't know, we could just move it a little closer still. Like, when does it become too cramped? I think this is too cramped. I think it's fine as it is. I'll deal with this later, when we actually get to that point. That's the right size? The one that I just said was a bit too, like, cramped? I think this is good. Yes? You think that's better? Or like this? I mean, I guess it's not bad. I feel like if I could move this... to where these three are essentially these squares, these rectangles, where all three are the same size, right? I think the one on the left might be a little larger. I can't tell. Is this just how it was before? Because I don't know. I think this is fine. Also, I mean, for what it's worth, nothing hurts us to move it. No, that hurts me. Never mind. Never mind. No, I don't like that. It's gotta stay as it is. I think this is fine. Okay, let's just put these back in their places. Or something of the sort. They're all gonna get reorganized when we find the space. What do you mean? Oh. I do think sci-fi will be this. The only problem right now is that sci-fi has 3 shelves. And more because some of them were rented out. Not the scientist one, don't drop that. Okay, to be fair, even though the shelves are full, let's put into consideration that all of these would be under franchise. Right? Let's find all of the scientist ones. Like, this takes up an entire shelf, basically, this franchise. That alone just gave us, like, an entire shelf's worth of space. Tall shelf to the right might also need to be sci-fi? Maybe, yeah, that's true, yeah. We have a lot of duplicate films as well. Like, we have a lot of static haunting. I'm not color coding these yet, because this is not going to be sci-fi. We have 11 of this franchise, dude. This is crazy. What would I put here? This section should be a very specific genre. We're gonna keep horror in the back because it just makes sense. Why is it mixed? Okay, so if we put sci-fi in the back here, then we could do fantasy. Well, I would go with fantasy. I would assume it's sci-fi and fantasy, but assuming that I keep sci-fi in the back, this is gonna be romance. So maybe fantasy, action, sci-fi. I think that would make sense. And then we could have drama, romance. This shouldn't be horror then. Drama, romance, comedy. Maybe comedy in the back. Or maybe drama should be in the back. Maybe this should be the drama section. This could be romance, comedy, fantasy, action, sci-fi, and we'll figure out horror and stuff later. Horror has to be a full back wall too, though. Should horror be in the back section? If horror isn't in the back section, it's gonna be really hard to to make it work. Because Because I only have the space of 3 of these. And assuming this is also going to be sci-fi. Essentially, we would have... Horror would not be able to fit as one of those. Oh, we could do horror here. Because this is going... The arcade gets moved here. This will be the arcade. This will be the horror section, question mark? And an adult goes there. Could do. Could do. Wait, I was like, wait a second. What about the dogs? Huh? What went wrong here? Oh. Oh god, Christmas. Police! Action and police have to be together. Well, that would be here then. So instead of fantasy... I don't know, I'll put fantasy here for a moment. Western can also be next to action. I think action should have its own wall. God. This is where the problem's gonna occur, huh? Because this should be just another night of fully reorganizing the store. This should be the action section. I need more of these. For now, we'll have Western here. This will become Action 3. And in this area here will be Romance. Wherever we have romance. Where do we... Where are romance films? Hello? Oh, right. This might be a little weird. I'm sure it'll be fun. Okay. And we'll have another back one here. Let's not forget this is supposed to be triple. Looks something like this. This is a temporary layout. Right, this one has to be moved back one, or a couple. It'll make a lot more sense when we actually have the shelves for this. What? Oh. This... Whatever, for now, we just leave it as is. This will be another new release one. Okay. Let's start the next day, because... Oh, maybe I should probably... Yeah, let's grab all the films. Action is over here. Western is here temporarily. The blue looks very not blue. So we need 8 more mini shelves. I'm not gonna sell these because they could be beneficial. Consider we're gonna make a whole horror section over here. I mean, I guess I could do that now. This will be the arcade, right? This is the arcade. Nah, I'll figure that out in a moment. We could always move some of the, like, Bad Dreams on Mel Road and the Static Haunting can be in the horror section instead. Xenocat should be a horror film. I mean, it's a sci-fi horror, so we could also put that in the horror section. I love this song. Now I'm locked in. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Yeah, big organization day, but it'll work out. It'll all be good. In due time. This might be too much red. Can't believe I'm saying that. Just gonna hide that there for now. Gotta save. Maybe this shouldn't be this. Maybe we just do a default gray carpet. Whoa. Nah. How about this? Or is this too much alternating? It might have been better with the other. For now, this will do. I feel like we need more in this section in general. Okay. Let's do the next day. Okay, so I think comedy is on big sale right now, yeah? 80% comedy movie rentals. I can't even buy a comedy genre thing. Let's just get a bunch of comedies. Comedy. Even if they're bad. Wait, was that comedy? Yes. Because we really don't have that many. What's up, bud? good. Looks good. Hold on. I'm gonna replay the song, but I need to run the ads. So we will be right back after this amazing advertisement break, which gives me time because I gotta go piss. So, BRB. Dude, oh my god. I was like, that one mesmerized me. That one was mesmerizing. Jeez. Oh my god. That was nice. That was a good song. I say as if I'm not the one that had them, but still, besides the point. I'm gonna change the layout here a little bit. I think I'm gonna change the walls. I feel like it was better. Did I even open the store? What in the world? Oh my god. You like the red and black? I liked it, but I felt as though... this in the red layout and just looping like this, I feel like that would be better across the entire room.
Ooh.
What's the accent color if the wall's black? I think it's white. Oh, I don't even have the option for that. Only red. Where did I put fantasy again? Here. For now, this is the temporary layout. Sorry, one sec.
Ooh.
Come on, man, get selling. Where is this guy? Come on. We need more shelves. We need 8 more shelves, man. Come on. What now?
You shabada.
Hold up, I got it. Where's the kid section even? Alright, temporarily here.
Oh.
You want a bad sci-fi? Where's the Leaf movie? Someone booked it.
Ooh.
Yeah, I decided that we're gonna buy more police movies, and it's gonna be... I think it's gonna be Western police... something else. Where are our police films right now? Where in the world are the police films? Oh, here. Because we don't have a lot of Western, and we don't have a lot of police. So it's okay to just have one aisle temporarily be... other genres. Oh god, it's gonna be such a long walk to, like, put horror films there. Banjo's Damnation.
Ooh.
Making a goddamn mess in my store. I can't be a store owner, and this is why.
Attention.
Whoa!
Whoa! Tall shelves? No. This entire section's getting replaced. It's just temporary. Just to have the layout already ready. My current thought process is to have maybe dramas as the back section. And then we'll have romance and comedy, you know, or maybe we do drama comedy and a romance in the back. Dramedy! The dramedy section. It makes so much sense. Horror section. Welcome to Silent Hill. I don't know if I like this light. The horror section.
Hey.
Good movie.
Ah.
Her.
Oh.
I don't know where to categorize the kids section.
Wow.
Oh, we need 9 shelves. Technically, one of them is going to be the new release section, so it's not a huge deal. I don't even know what franchises we have for romance. Or, I mean... No, I don't know. We'll figure that out. Want a sci-fi?
Oh.
You have Cool Runnings? Yeah, we do. What's up, Johan? I'm just going out of my way to make this extremely unnecessarily organized store. Oh, someone reserved a Leafeon's film. I think these sales will get us to 300. We can buy another shelf. We're gonna have like 0 earnings for a hot minute, but we have to consider the fact that it will be a new release. And it could be extremely peak. And I don't want to regret my decisions. When is the new release? It is literally tomorrow. We're not gonna buy another shelf today. Remind me of in my old cafe where shithead teenagers threw a muffin in my shop, smacking me in the chest. I picked it up, ran out after them, chucked the muffin at them, not expecting to hit them, but I watched the muffin sail over to them, knocking one of them in the head. Can I get an extra large pizza with cheese, peppers, mushrooms, and a ton of pepperoni? Hangs up. Where am I? Whoa. I think the triple new release is going to be a bit overkill. We don't have 3 new releases in a month that will like okay, never mind. The thing is, by the time we get to the 8th, this new release will have like 2 days left. So this won't be a new release by the 14th. We have a lot of new releases this year though. Oh my god. Or this month. This season. Dude was just trying to act tough. I cringe. I cringe for you, my friend. Oh, we can get a second staff member! Wahoo! But more importantly, new release. All right. 2 sci-fi, 2 horror, 1 fantasy, 2 drama. Wait, 2 fantasy, 1 action, 2 sci-fi, 2 horror. Ooh, could it be a comedy this time? E.T. Phone Home! Yo! By 10. Kid film. We got one! This is not a kid's film. I'll always be right here. And we got 2 shinies. Yo, check out the new release. Haha. Yo, check. Yo, check out the new release. I would put it up front, but right now I'm lazy. Just keep it real. How many copies of Draconic Park? Too many. Too many. We could actually check. Where is it? 30? That's it? Okay, to be fair, we sold a lot. That's what I was afraid of with this layout. That's okay. For now, it's fine. I will figure out an appropriate spot to actually put these. Nothing really hurts moving this, like, here somewhere, really. I don't know. I don't think it does. Like, if I just moved this... That's not... Alright, I'll think about it.
Oh.
Did we not get E.T.? We got E.T.! It's kind of weird. It's a kid's film, but not sci-fi. But I guess they needed some sort of cheat method to have more sci-fi films. You want a good film?
Ooh.
Ooh. Penis breath. You want a new release? Alright, hold up. I'm still learning the layout, dude. E.T. Phone Home. Maybe we do hire someone. What am I gonna do when there's 2 people working these sections? Glorp Phone Home. We need someone that is fast at return station, not average. So for now, this will not do. Why do I hear background noise? Is that the song or in the store? You mean the water? The rain? Wait, this is not new anymore. For now, we're gonna leave it here because I said so. When did a specific song release? Pretty sure this is like 1970s. Surely, right? 1980s?
Oh.
What, man? It's new. I think what we're going to do is we're just going to extend the new release in quotes for these so that we can use the 3 things. What's up, Johan, man? I think 80s, but to be honest, it's very timeless. I mean, 80s is fine. We're in 1991 now.
Um.
78. I did not see the new Moana live action trailer. You want a Western film?
Oh.
None of those are Western core to me, but, you know. The only Western sounding film is The Good, the Bad, and the Toaster, and that still doesn't make sense, because what do you mean a toaster? People still buy Christmas films? Like, dude, it's springtime. Christmas is over. Or rent, sorry, they rent. No, I'm not very up to date with, like, the live actions. I try to avoid those, because I don't like a lot of live action remakes of, like, animated films. They piss me off. That is not my problem. Control your husband, then. You want a police film. Wait, did that say bad?
Ooh.
He looks wrong? Oh, you're right. He would have long hair. That's crazy. That sounds traumatizing. Bad movies. Actually, it's not a bad idea. But the problem is if I hire someone to, like, organize those, they're going to put random films into the because it's gonna be mixed. You want sci-fi. Try Xenocat. What is this? Actually, that looks fine for sci-fi. Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty good. Yeah. Oh, the dude guy's here.
Hey.
Date night with my bread. Nope. My sweet and tasty money. Nope. Dancing with my mailbox. The mystery sofa assassin. Dude, you're falling off, homie. Have a good day. You want an old movie. You want an old but gold. How about... The syringe experiment.
Ooh.
We have enough for 2 shelves. And let's just check. Are there new employees available? No. So tomorrow we're going to check and make sure that we don't miss a potential fast at organization. Oh, wait, we're supposed to buy a release one. I think we pay him about 60. I hope I don't regret my decision making here. Okay. We'll do this side first. God, this song's a banger. Alright, so we got no, let's do police first. Police. So it's gonna be action and police. Which can also be blue. And... Oh, dude. Police. Put 2 pictures of him in media sharing? I'm scared. Oh, God. That is actually really weird. I don't know. I don't know if I can get behind it. It's not terrible, but it's like, what? Is that the same dude? Dude, we need more shelf title things. We'll just do Western as the police one as well. I really, really like movies. I think I might have a problem. Yo, come to my store. You know what I thought about? I didn't have to do a new release. We could have just... You know, some sections just have the movies for sale here. Does that look bad? So instead of having 3 new releases, because there's no way we can fit 3 new releases, we could have just had that. Yeah, I should have just hired that dude, you're right. I mean, we can move this row up as well. I guess we really didn't need the new release. It's fun. We'll figure out these shelves later. I'm so used to this bald head. I mean, the only downside is we'll see the split. I feel like the snacks make more sense up front, but it's okay. Dude, moon bikes are gonna skyrocket because of phone home. Yeah, we got an arcade. It's pretty sick. We'll think about this. Maybe it's better to just have the triple new sections, but I think movies for sale is fine. Again, I might move the drama back here, and then this is gonna be comedy. Or no, sorry, not drama. Romance. I think the overarching plan would be to have romance here. So that we have drama and comedy together. The dramedy section. Followed by the romance section. We don't even have enough romance films to fill up 2 shelves, but you know what? What's the most random movie you've seen in this game so far? It's one of the Christmas films, I think. The Big Toe Santa Squad. Tis the Foot Season. Yo, what's up, Smug? Oh! What's up, Smug and Bacon Flavor? What's up, guys? Thank you for the raids. Welcome in. We're just maintaining our VHS store. How's it going for you guys? What were you streaming? What was going on? How are you? Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Welcome in, guys. I hope you had a good stream. What was going on? I think my shadow command is literally broken. So let me fix that really quick. I'm going out of my way to do this malarkey here. Okay, there we go. Playing some Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer. Yo! Hell yeah. I have to admit, oh god. I have to admit I have not played a Mass Effect game basically ever. I was a Halo fan, so not that that is an excuse, but I have the same excuse that with that as I do what do you call it? Resident Evil. I was a Silent Hill kid, so instead of playing Resident Evil, I played Silent Hill. So were you and Bacon streaming together? Truly is great, and Mass Effect 3 multiplayer goes hard. The story is ass, but the hard mode is fun. Yeah, okay. Well, hell yeah, guys. That's cool. That's cool. I was considering playing Resident Evil 6 with someone. But I already got used to just playing... What was this again? This is going to be comedy. But how's this game? Is it nice and relaxing? It is now. It is now that I have a worker do most of the checkout work. All I do now is reorganize and try to figure out how to make these shelves make sense. And not ugly. But as you can see, it's a work in progress. I'm like extremely broke. It's almost like modern society. Except I'm in 1991. Wave survival horde shooter that's also a gacha game and a hero shooter. Damn. That does sound fun. I should try out the Mass Effect series at some point. Right now we're locked into Resident Evil. I just am extremely addicted to this game. So I'm very much paused on my progression in the Resident Evil franchise at the moment. But I'll get there eventually. What's up, Ghost? Mass Effect is my favorite game series aside from Monster Hunter. Damn. I'm a Halo nerd. I don't know why I'm pausing. There's no clients. I don't even have to worry about that. It's just the noise is like disorienting me a little bit. No, this game is awesome. There are a bunch of like, well, first of all, most of these are randomly generated, not like AI, just randomly generated series. But then you get the new releases, and the new releases are basically parodies of already like existing films. For example, this is supposed to just be The Color Purple. That's an actual movie. This is supposed to be Rain Man. Obviously, Xenocat is supposed to be Alien versus Predator. I'm sure you can take a guess what this might be. Good old Back to the Future. Star Wars Episode 4. Our newest edition that we just got literally today is Phone Home. Which is, it's E.T. Literally E.T. We got Draconic Park. Hello? Give me a really bad recommendation. I rented the Alien Test Subject, and yeah, not great. That's all I wanted to say. Sorry to hear, man. Draconic Park, aka Jurassic Park. Jumbo Manhunt, which is Rambo. Cronin the Berserker. Nightmare on Elm Street. The Static Haunting. I think that's it. I think that's all the films right now. But it made it like that much more enjoyable. Yeah, I want Static Haunting in real life, even though the reference is Poltergeist. I thought it was The Ring at first, but this is Poltergeist probably. I highly recommend this game. If you like Voices of the Void, it's not exactly comparable, but it's the same like chill vibes without the scary factor, I guess. As you might know, Voices of the Void is one of my favorite games of all time. You gave him a bad movie? I think I actually did, yes. All I heard was that Andromeda was like the major fall off of like the Mass Effect franchise. I think, by the way, Joe, I don't know if you're here at the moment. I think we're gonna do a shelf here, and this could be where I put the bad films. That might be a good idea. But that'll be later. Because if I hire someone and they just go to the mixed shelf and put whatever here, it's gonna suck. Pirated movies? We do have pirated movies. We do. Gameplay-wise, it was fun and fine and fun. Am I maxed out? Oh my god, I'm max level. There's nothing left for me. All right, we need an employee that is fast. Okay, we got 2 fast at checkout. 56 an hour or a day. Oh. Wait, what are her perks? She has strong bladder, energetic, and thick-skinned. Carter, it's been a good time, man. Thank you so much for your hard work. Welcome in, Taylor, the triple buff employee. Later, man. He worked a good long while. ET phone home. Damn, someone reserved the shark film. Hey. Man, you have quite the path. She reminds me of our first worker. What was her name? Taylor? Well, Taylor. Check out. Yeah, Ava. Yeah, Ada Wong. Run a raid? Yeah, understandable. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it, Bacon Flavor and Smug. Have a good rest of your days, guys. And thank you so much for sending over and trusting me with your video gaming community. Your streaming Fandaloids. Your gang. Hey.
Ooh.
You have to pay the dude first? Yeah, so I'm not gonna do many purchases today, because yeah, we have to pay the dude for showing up today, even though he didn't even work the full day. Fantasy Flan. Abyssal Dragon.
Ooh.
Fantasy Flan.
Oh.
God. Please! Rent out Draconic Park, please. Please.
Ooh.
The Popo. We should look at what's going on here. Any good films? What do we got? The Underground Bathtub Comedy. The Bathtub Corporation Comedy. Driving to Forget My Loaf. The Lone Rider's Alien. Murdered Butler on the 38th Street. I think we're good. I think we're good for now. The Underground Bathtub. Oh yeah, these are supposed to be comedy. Hold on one moment, please. Just a second, please. Yes, ma'am. A copy of Phone Home. Now that we don't have a thing up front, it's gonna be a little hard to display. Fear the award. I am afraid of awards. How do they know? It's been raining a lot. I mean, I guess it's the springtime. It makes sense. You know what they say? April showers do be bringing May flowers. You want an old horror film? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Old horror film. Where is... Oh, it's not an old... Well, here. No, it's a bad... This is a bad one. This is a bad one. The Possessed Spaceship. Check this out.
Ah.
We got our scientist franchise showing back up. Yeah, this is what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that some of these are going to end up... If I get someone that organizes, I'm a little concerned that it's gonna mess up our organization for the franchises.
Hey.
Not that it matters, because I'm running out of space for sci-fi at the moment. Whoa. Robo Super Mushroom. Ultra charged. Oh yeah. We need like a section for seasonal films. I mean, this place is gonna expand later. So we do have that, I guess, working for us. Damn, she's like hella buffed, by the way. I didn't even read all of them, but it was like, no bathroom breaks. Energetic, so never falls asleep. Thick skin, does not quit when yelled at to work faster. She's OP. The only thing that she might call in sick sometimes. Or not even call in, she'll just show up at work and be like, I'm sick. Dude, where are all of our comedy films? Do I have them somewhere else? Someone broke Jumbo Manhunt! We need more comedy films, man. Or did I put them somewhere else? Oh, we're just missing comedy films. I wonder if this scuffs anybody's, like, pathing. No? It looks like they're... Looks like it's doing good. 17 days till One Piece Season 2. Oh, God.
Hi.
Is that Waldo? No, that's Walter. That's Walter. This guy? This is Walter. It's good, Walter. You want an old film? I wonder if I have one just at the ready here. Clearly I don't. Inheriting the Grandpa. That's part of a franchise. What do you mean mixed?
Aww.
How did this get here? I mean, I put it there clearly, but... Where are my comedy films? Am I crazy? Oh, there they are. Never mind, only 2 of them show up. Okay, hold on. This will be for the franchise for the time being. And this will be sci-fi. Yay, more comedy. Wow. Fantasy Flan. Good work today. 40 bucks from this, 36 bucks from that. $2.5 from that, I guess. Drama. Paid. Police. Romance. Return the flan or suffer my curse. Checkout and return station slow. I mean, that just defeats the whole purpose. Alright. Let's do 2 new shelves. Because we have to pay both of our workers, even though we only have one. Wow. Police, Western. What do I put here? Fantasy? No, there's no way. Christmas. I think Christmas needs to be somewhere, like, isolated. This one. What? Tape dealer here. I put aside a couple of spicy titles for your next visit. Same days as usual, Tuesdays and Thursdays. Okay, thank you. I don't think this is gonna work. Oh, no, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Now we Gucci. Now we Tamagotchi. God, what goes with police and Western? Not Christmas, that's for sure. Oh, this is where our comedies are. Oh my god, I left it here this whole time. Moron. Christmas. Here. Well, no, I don't want Christmas. We'll put it here. The current seasonal Christmas. Wait, we have. Where did we get this more? What? How did we get more money? Or did we just have that amount? I think I miscalculated. Okay. Let's do this. This is probably good for fantasy. We'll put fantasy here. Oops. Well, that's okay. It's Draconic Park, and we have 18 million copies of that. God. Dude, you don't understand. You don't understand. Every single new release has a chance to give you the shiny variant, a limited edition copy. Like this. We have one for every new release except for one of my favorite movies of all time, Back to the Future. And we got Draconic Park. But, god damn it. But, I kept buying and buying stacks of 5, hoping to get it. It took me about 70 purchases to finally get whoa, what in the, hello? Help. It took me 70 purchases, and the last 10 finally gave me 2 copies of Hollow. So now I have 2. And we sold a huge chunk of these. Because I was like, it's just too much. Can you still get it? If I made copies of Forward to the Past on here, if I just kept making like duplicate copies in the black market, I'm sure that I can. But I accept my skill issue and I deserve not to get it now. It is solely my fault and I deserve to not have the copy. Do we even have a shiny Cronin? Yeah, no. Do I not have a shiny Cronin? We don't have a shiny Rain Woman. I don't think we have a shiny Cronin. We have a shiny Jumbo. Star Wars. Draconic Park. Color Violet is right here. I think we have the Static Haunting as a shiny, right? Yes. E.T. Phone Home. Why do I... Wait. I could swear we had a shiny Cronin. No, wait, we definitely got a shiny Cronin. You can't check data over here for that. They don't show up there. Maybe we booked it. Maybe it's rented out at the moment. I don't know if we have a shiny Mel Street one. We have a lot of broken films. We should just toss these out, man. God. Alright, start the next day. It's so weird, we don't get XP anymore. They should have just, like, let you continue. Just, like, over level. There's our phone home, a second shiny copy, by the way. We've only purchased 10 of those. Cool, though. I guess. That's just great. Pissing me off. I mean, they could come back broken. I think our next major purchase will be the adult section that we will open. My name's Jerry and I'm calling to offer you an exclusive limited once-in-a-lifetime deal on a used washing machine. I don't need that. As tempting as it is. Hello. Ah, the shanties. Here you go.
Oh.
What's up? Honeymoon is coming soon. I feel like watching a romance movie. What do I suggest for a honeymoon romance film? The Newlywed Mammoth. Biscuit boxing. We're gonna delay these ads because I technically started them a bit early last time. I will delay them. Hi. Phone home. You want a copy? What did you, Yeah, here you go.
Oh.
Feel like we're missing some shiny copies, actually. Kind of weird. To be fair, I don't know if they didn't just purchase. No, that doesn't make sense. Because they're just on display. I feel like some just went missing. I don't know. Yeah, we got our time-specific, time-fitting, time-suitable music. Don't say hey if you're not talking to me. Let's check our workers really quick. Anybody, please? Nope. All average. All average Joes. No! Another Cronin copy destroyed. I just don't understand how someone can be this careless. This careless whisper. I don't know. Fantasy equals wood. I don't know. I don't know. Joe beer. Seriously, imagine being an average Joe.
Hi.
Hi. What is it? Late fee. Yes, pay. I don't care if you look like Clark Kent, alright? Even Superman has to pay the late fees. Get used to it. Even Batman listens to his mom. Exactly. Now wait a second. wait just a darn minute there. Wait a minute. Hey. Car gone insane.
Ooh.
This Chewy guy's still awake. Grimmy's gonna make that into an actual emote. The one that I sent you. Oh, now that this is in the back, they don't care about this franchise at all. Just unbelievable. Pre-roll ads are on. Oh. Okay, hold on. We have to run ads. We have to run ads, unfortunately. So, we will take this consumeristic, unfortunate mishap to show you guys some crazy commercials. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Be right back.
What's up, guys? How we doing? Hey, that's okay. I understand. Western. Dude, I think this was a bad idea, that BRB screen. First of all, in actuality, it's kind of funny because the bitrate just like explodes. The bitrate simply cannot handle all that's going on. That being said, I run ads and then sometimes I forget the ads are done because I'm just staring at this. I'm just watching it go down. I'm like, damn, this is sick. The music was comfy from whatever was playing. Thank you. It's a randomly selected playlist that I have that ends up doing that. Anyone can use that website, by the way. It's just open to the public. I just have it embedded as like a source. Christmas. Welcome in, mod for cat girls. Great username. Do you, in fact, mod for cat girls? Bitrate, yeah. Old horror film. You know what I'm curious about? If I play this game, like, a lot. Let's say I get 30 billion hours in this game. Do we eventually reach the point in which the old releases... Or sorry, the new releases become old releases? Is there a point in which they count as old films? Because we have films that we got from the beginning of the game that... You want a bad horror film. Got you. You do. Hell yeah. What's up, North Princess? Bad horror film. I always think of the one that's already booked. It's not here. I don't see it. Here, have Death to the Tomb, which looks awesome, but apparently sucks.
Ooh.
Bollocks. TV Static Water. Ooh, that's a good name for that. Ooh, all right. Any new workers? No, you're all the same, average Joes. Oh, he said he had like a crazy group of things for me today. What do you have, man? Wait, Electric Clairvoyant 2. The Firefighter and the Cauldron. Death to the Desert. The Lord, Our Last Guest. And My Parent, A Woman's Fantasy. I mean, bad critic, dude. Nah, these suck. Sorry, dude. Did you just... Don't piss me off. Do some releases become old movies after? That's what I'm saying. Do they? We have some films here that... We have to look at drama, because that was the first genre we got. But, like, The Color Violet is still... It... I don't really remember all these films. This was already an old one. They're finally dropping... You know, maybe they finally realized that they're investing in complete nonsense. And that they're wasting a lot of money on this, like, complete slop. At long last, they learned their lesson.
Disney had a $1 billion deal too, but are exiting now. Finally, they're learning about the AI propaganda. New releases might not get old, while other releases might. I mean, I don't know. I don't remember our first movies that we got. But like the sad strongman we've had for a hot minute. All right, the final 2 shelves. We did it. We created the first section of aisles, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. I don't know what to put here yet. All right. It is time to start selling some of these copies. I'm not selling the limited edition ones, so let's just put that in there. How many copies do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Dude, it's taking up the entire fantasy category. Enough. Enough of this. Get rid of them. Purchase. Yeah, true. Technically, I mean, 6, if this one's on display, so it doesn't count. Can I organize, or can I make this look? What is this changing? Oh, the side? Nah, just leave it. Leave it blue. Good work today, Taylor. One more check. I don't think these change until the next day. Nope, they do not. I don't know why, but this made me think of Elo. So we're gonna freaking listen to Telephone Line. Oh yeah. All right, cool. Let's go next. Hold on, thinking. I think we save to prep the adult section now. Yes, we need 750. More because we pay her 56, or was it 15? 56, yeah. I wonder how much, like, of the popcorn and stuff sells. I really don't see them making that stuff often. Another rainy day. Wait, where did I put the kids' films? Oh, here. Christmas and kids, they need their own little area. I don't know. I think those can go together. Do I have a phone home release? I sure do. I'm even gonna give you limited edition.
Ah.
Yeah. When's the next new release? Oh, man. Wait, what is the sunny day? Spring break! Kid, movie rentals and chocolate bar purchases. Well, fortunately, we have all those. What's up, Yule Land? Dude, this is the most I've seen Yuland in a long time. Smug open and it froze on me while sleeping. He rated you. I jolted. What? Come on, it was. This is a chill stream. I'm a comfort streamer. Sea shanties for kids.
Ooh.
From no sound to sudden sound? I see, that is fair. Why do they don't like this series anymore? Come on. It's like the best franchise we have. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm really tempted to just say the hell with it. And pretend that there is no wall there. I'm really over it. I bought a bundle of movies at the flea market, but I already own most of them. Would you... Give me! Give me! What? Hell yeah. The Missing Monkey. Duck Detective, The Missing Monkey. That one's actually, like, very real sounding. The Three King Cowboys. 2 graves, 1 fisherman. What? Probably not a Silent Hill Resident Evil exclusive stream. That is a very fair point, yes. I've been playing a lot of spooky games. And they'll probably be making a comeback soon. Fantasy, good. A good fantasy film. Draconic Park.
Oh.
I mean, whenever my obsession with this game, like, dwindles down to, like, a more relaxed feel, where I only play it, like, once a week.
Hey.
I don't know when that's gonna be. This game is extremely addicting. Western movies.
Ooh.
Simon and Garfunkel. Now they're too quiet, right? Yeah. Just, you know, them games is scary. I mean, I didn't finish Silent Hill F. I had one more ending to do, but I had to start from the very beginning, so I didn't really want to. I mean, I had to start from the beginning if I wanted a save file that had the marking of all of the endings. No, not Raid the Organ. No, actually, that one we have to get a copy of. Ain't no way. Unfortunately, I have a feeling that if this game doesn't get some crazy updates, once you give up on this, it'll be gone forever. That is correct. I won't even deny it. Unless there's like some insane update, I don't know what it could be. Because I don't think they're just gonna expand the shop even more.
Oh.
And I don't think I would be that tempted by new releases. Like new releases. Okay. Okay. DVD edition. I would not play for that. Maybe a vinyl shop. If they like give us a new game that's like vinyl, I would absolutely play that for sure. Without a doubt. Or I guess just music shop in general. Not vinyl exclusive, but what would they do with this game? I think the only stuff they can do to update it really is just add new like VHS. That's really it. That's the problem. Like, I think every genre that exists already is in the game, right? And unless they somehow pull off some, like, Voices of the Void level updates. Which I don't think they will. You want an adult film. Appliance in my mouth.
Oh.
Maybe they'll like do a different style for like the VHS tapes and they'll be like completely different. That'd be cool. Or the VHS boxes. My vault reward in WoW was not good. Ooh. Oof. Have you been liking Midnight? I mean, is it like fully released? It's still like early access, right? Dude, I just put those up. Oh, it is full released. Oh, okay, gotcha. I like the housing. My house looks pretty cool. I mean, I literally just made it the Gorillas El Mañana. So, not that, I mean, it has like a little bit of a parkour to get up if you don't want to fly up, but I'm a druid, so I don't have the cast times. I just instantly become fly. Firestrike, the burnt inmate. Farmer, the suspect. It'd been interesting if an update was put on of background stuff to it, like expanding the NPC behavior and the memory type stuff, where they all remember what movie they already rented, and really take the tags into consideration, maybe more consequence for pirates. Yeah, I was expecting like something to happen if I pirated the films. Like an actual police officer shows up and is like, hey. But I don't know. I guess how can they verify that really? Story is not as trash as Shadowlands and BFA were Brewmaster fun. Gotcha. I'll probably play it again eventually. Right now, just... First of all, money is suffering. Thanks, university. But, second of all, You like Troll Zones? Yeah, I like Troll Zones. Troll is probably my second favorite race to play. I want to unlock the new ones, but I don't know how good they are. I like the druid forms that they have. Zulaman. I think I saw Soda on that one, or in that one. He was mentioning some zones he hated, but I wasn't listening entirely. I didn't check the hires for today, did I? That's okay. Ooh, return station. And there's thick-skinned and will never take a sick day. I mean, that'll work for now. Yes. Achievement. Hire 2 staff members. Nice. Yeah, I like Troll Zones a lot. Welcome it. She is zooming. What were her perks? I mean, it's just because return station fast, I guess. She's zooming. Alright, return station. I want to see how this works out. They have a really weird thing with pathing here. I don't know why. Oh, I want that. I mean, I don't really use bear form. I don't do Guardian Druid much, or Resto. It's either balance or just feral. Okay, she can only do 2 at a time. But... oh, wait, never mind. 4 at a time. Really weird way to organize that, but that's okay. Well, this is weird. Now what do I do? I need like a second register. That's what they should do. Expand the checkout area.
Hi.
You want an old movie? I hope more people like these people show up so I have something to do.
Oh.
NPC behavior would be like assigning likes shit to each other, so certain NPCs more likely to rent out a genre, especially if you can.
Hey.
Yeah, I feel like there definitely needs to be an expansion on the NPCs.
Ah.
Damn, we're stacked these days. Look how many people we got. I think I should be able to get more people, more like workers for the return section. So let's see. Are any of these mixed? Already, yes. Oh, that might be my fault. That might be my fault. Anything mixed here? Looks good. This one is undetermined. But I say we just do that. Basic math with my sheriff. Snakeskin bathtub. Sugar Rush enchanter. The Gum Tree family tree. Or the Gum Machine family tree. Fight for the mailbox. What? Long live the astronaut. Gambling with dessert. The bathtub dungeon. What in the world? I want to go to horror film, but you know they rented a lot of gnome films. You can give them a horror movie about a gnome, which will make them a more loyal customer. That would be kind of sick, yeah. Oh god. I just got that film, man. Long Live the Astronaut is... Gambling with Dessert police movie. Looking for a horror film. Of course you are. You couldn't be a little closer to the horror section? Hey, you want a good... I'm sorry, but... You have way too many movies to choose from. Can you help me pick? Just give me a good one. I'd enjoy your recommendation even more if you give me an adult film. Do we even have any good adult films? Washed by Pancho. Yo, good night, Ghost. Yo, good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. Whoa. What in the world? Okay. Alright, alright. You already know what's up. I think it actually is just supposed to be. Geronimo. Okay. Reservation.
Ooh.
This is literally, it's just made to be the section, man.
Hey.
I hear them tossing stuff out. I'm pissed off already. Huh? Why? Are you serious? Oh my god. I mean, clearly they give you more tasks now. Oh, there's someone waiting. The tape doesn't work? Sorry, man. Dude. Hi, what do you want? You want to... Alright. One moment. I'll be right with you. Everyone wants good adult films now, huh? Wait till the section's open, then you're gonna be really excited.
Wow.
Oh.
The ceiling will not do. Why can't I change the lights? Oh wait, maybe I can. Hold on, hold on. No, I can't. Oh yeah, alright. I gotta sneeze. Amazing. Wake up. What is it? No. Charge the fee. Hello.
Ooh.
I feel like now we need to expand on the adult films. Can't find any snack. The shelves are empty. Are they really? It is kind of stacked these days, huh? There's so many people. Oh god, they all want snacks. What? Oh my god.
Whoa.
Okay, hold on. Wow, everything's empty. Oh wait, it's the day. It's the day. I forgot. Nah, I'm trolling, dude. They're literally buying all the snacks today. Today's that day. All right. Oh. Sup? Enjoy. There's so many customers. It's 12 in the morning. What's going on here? This is what happens, man. Oh.
Hey.
Oh, I'm still thinking. Hey, take your time. Never mind. Okay, goodbye. No. Pay the fee. He just threw everything. Ooh, a television. I didn't even think about that. What was that? Oh, something broke. Oh, this is only one. I thought it was a whole collection of them. What do you mean? Is there even a film that looks good? Yeah, what's this one? That's reserved. Man. Oh. Oh, dude. I really wish I could carry more boxes. What was that? We have a film like that? Oh, she's still going. And she's got, like, the perk of being the fastest with it. Yeah, I feel like everyone loves Yummy Heart. The Giggling Dog. Do we have this? I don't think I've ever seen this. Well, there you go. We'll improve on that in due time. No, what is this? Oh, wait. Do I have an extra of this or not? Oh, we do. Alright, well, in that case, we just sell this one. Kind of weird layout with the frames, but that's okay for now. Could use something in the corner here. I almost feel like there was something there. Oh no, that's from the horror section. We moved it to the horror section, yeah. She's still on it. Is this floating? No. Suppose we can help her out. It is her first day. Oh no, did she put... She did not, okay. I mean, surely for the new releases, she would put them on the... Unfortunately, I don't know if I can afford to not have more comedy films. We're running out of those. Very interesting, organizing. Something just occurred to me. Can I change the prices of stuff? Whoa. Whoa. No, actually, I think I knew we could do this, but it just looked the best. Like that. I was like, can I scam them and make, like, new releases $10 a rental or something? What was that reserved one? Alright, nice, good work. Damn. We definitely need more comedy films. Okay, new release. So now we have a kid new release. I feel like there's still we don't have a comedy new release. Police Western. Action. Oh, no, we have an action one. We have an action one. All right, let's see. Maybe now we'll get either a police or a Western. Or a romance. I don't think we have a single romance new release. This is the Krusty Krab? No, this is Koyo's VBHS .tv. All right, new release today. What could it be? Phantom Patrol. Well, we knew Ghostbusters would eventually exist. It was to be expected. Great news, no hollows. Is this the, is this, La Bonita or whatever? Is it Madonna? Yes, it is. I'm gonna buy another 10. Yes! Yes! Wahoo! A comedy. Logo almost looks better than the actual Ghostbusters logo. It looks so good, right? Wait, we have so many reservations now. What? Look how many reserved we have. Jeez. No, I knew this would happen. No. Which means she probably put... I wish there was a way that I can control which ones are and are not allowed to be used by the NPCs. Yes, Till Trophy, do us part.
Ooh.
Why does she put them like this? It's like triggering me a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. No, 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 no. This is gonna be a problem. We cannot be mixing and mashing. Please don't. Color violet, yes.
Oh.
The Christmas and kids section is gonna be a bit of a problem. Because I don't know where I'm gonna put it. Good choice.
Ah.
Could be in the arcade. Nah, wouldn't make sense.
Ooh.
Wouldn't make sense. It shouldn't be in the horror room, though. What am I even gonna do with these two massive sections? I guess we can expand that way. The horror will be D, E will be... I don't know. What am I gonna do with C? I mean, new genres, I guess, right? No, there's no new genres. We've leveled up. I've literally got every achievement. Except for unlock all store expansions. Oh, and own 1,000 movies in the inventory. It's over, chat.
Wow.
Well, it was fun while it lasted. I think what I would be doing, or what I would plan to do, is... my idea would be to just keep going until we get all of the new releases, but I don't know how many of those there are. That's probably what I would end up doing, though. And then maybe we can reorganize the store at some point again. Because we can get... I think this day might be good enough to get, like, double expansions.
Oh.
Or one expansion, sorry, one. Yep, that's it. No more Sora. They're learning their lesson about AI. Thank God. Hi. Wait, oh, dude. I can just hand these out. Come to my store, come to my store, come to my store.
Oh.
They both just said, nah. Come to my store. Come to my store.
Kumbayo, kailan to ba hada ode?
Hey, how'd you know? Yeah, we just opened our adult section. We never had this one before. Yes, it is a completely new section, and we've never had films like this before. But yes, indeed, we do. Yeah, I think my ideal end of this gameplay would be to get every new release that's available. I assume that once we're done with spring and summer, there will not... They might just repeat. Do you get legit adult movies yet? I don't think so, actually. No. No, we do not. But I could get 5 random action movies. Whoa. Operation Hobo Hero. Whoa, the swimmer bombers. Why are they bombing swimmers? Fast Foot Pursuit. What was this? The Performer Bombers. The Computer at Sunrise Farm. That sounds cool. So, So we have every genre. I don't want to know.
Oh.
This helps me, like, consider what to organize. Action, police, western.
Oh.
I don't think we need double western. I feel like more police would be cool. So we have these. But the franchise idea won't work because she won't organize them that way. I guess that could be one thing that I do, is just fix the mistakes of her not organizing them. The Red Wizard and his cassette. Nude. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Great username. You would love our adult section. Christmas Eve with my PC. So just an ordinary Christmas. Bubblegum Warzone. Sailor's Long Way Home. Now that's pretty cool. The cigarette, his prey. The Red Wizard and his cassette. Fantasy. The Golden Visitor. The Captain's Stolen Ticket. She played as the skeleton waited. What makes that the romance? The perfect family movie. Maybe we, I want to expand the police one so we can just have a full section of police movies. And then Western, I don't know. I can't really make another aisle at the moment. I mean, I suppose if I shift this one over a little bit, we could... No, not even a little bit. Never mind. Because then there will be no space for this one. Nah, we're good. We're good. I could block this and just make an aisle. No, it looked dumb. It'll look dumb. I think what's going to happen is... when we can expand this section or the horror zone, we will do something. We will do something that makes sense for Western, I guess. I don't know. I'm undecided there. Can I hire more? Or am I maxed out? What if I did hire a second one? Good song. Who is this anyway? Only downside is she is, even at fast pace, kind of slow with these films. I like the passive income from the arcade machines. We should get more of them. No, this is on release day. So it doesn't spoil. It's the same as this one out here. This changes according to what releases on the day. So if I wanted to, instead of going to check on the computer, I can go into this room or I can go outside and check what released. New good stalling tactic is waiting for her to like get all that done and organized. I might want to double up on these and just... Nah, never mind. Kaito! Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. What is up? Wait, why is it... Oh, it's Sunday. I was like, why is it a shorter day? It doesn't make sense. We close at 8 p.m. on Sundays. Welcome. What are you streaming? What were you streaming? Did I ever order that TV? No, I didn't. I wanted a display TV. Where'd I put this? Ah, Slay the Spire 2. Nice, nice. Yeah, people are really enjoying that one, I hear. This is so pointless. There you go. Right under the other TV, like... Yeah, the TV under the TV, I'm like, huh. That doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Well, we're just working our VHS shop, although I think we're entering the end game, I suppose. It is to be argued, because... we only have 2 expansions left. 3 releases, 3 new releases. No, wait, no, because there's still all of summer. I think we'll get all of the releases done before we settle down on the game. Just relax a little bit and actually play other games. Because the expansion will be done way before summer. If I stop spending, we can get this tomorrow in a full day maybe not. The Iron Giant. Close, close. I like that the area where they're supposed to prepare their food has become the trash. We could have just put them here. You need a trash zone? Yeah, I just want to see all the films that we've lost over the span of our gameplay. Of our career. True hoarding. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, it really is. And, you know, it's pointless because... Oh, wait. I thought if we inspect it, it would show the broken thing. Never mind, we could inspect them. I have to run ads because life is suffering. So I will be right back, and then we will continue after this commercial break. That's what happens when there's ads? Yeah, dude. See what you've been missing out on? Something that just annihilates the bitrate. No, why don't they let me overlevel? Maybe they are planning stuff for like future levels. I mean, there's still more genres to be had. You know? 2 employees? Yeah. That's all we got at the moment. I think we should have maybe 3 employees solely so we can get you want to raise 9? You know what? Fine. I think that's okay. Did you also want to raise? All right. I mean, if the other one got a raise, you can have one too, whatever.
Oh.
9 in this economy? Yeah, 1991. Kind of insane. But to be fair, there's nothing else to spend on once we max out. If it slows us down, that's good, because that means we'll continue to play until we have these 2 rooms and all of the new releases. Which, assuming we get 5 every season, that means we don't have that many left. We only have 8 new releases left, because I assume what's going to happen when we enter winter again is going to start... When winter shows up again, when we hit the winter time, I assume it's just going to repeat old releases. So I have 2 ideas for that. Either we end the playthrough when I get all of the new releases, or we end the playthrough when I get all of the limited edition new releases. And we don't have them all yet. That's for sure. So that could be a play. That'll expand the gameplay up until we get every new release. Or I'm wrong. I could be completely incorrect, and they could have more new releases in the wintertime. I don't really know. I don't know. That is a possibility. Wait, censored adult film? I mean, what's there to censor? I'm not sure there's really much to censor here. So my gameplay loop now is basically going to be look for some highly rated films. And if anyone's calling for recommendations, I do the recommendations. And then we hype up new releases. But my personal opinion is we need 2 registers and 2 of these return desks.
Ooh.
Minimum wage was $4.25 in 1981. Your employees could buy a 2-story house getting paid $9. $9? Dude. She's getting paid $65 a day. Oh, they're both getting paid $65 a day.
Ooh.
You hiring? Dude. In 1991. Well, on the bright side is... Or... What? Well, on the bright side, if for whatever reason we stop playing this game, that means Voices of the Void can come back. So it's not all too sad. Imagine my weekly loop of games was this game and Voices of the Void, and that's it. Those are the two games I play exclusively. Dude, I feel so much more at ease now that I don't have to do anything. I don't have to think about any of this. Aside from like trying to get the franchises. I think that's my end goal, is to make sure I can get the franchises together in categories. Yo, Lo, look at 500 biddies, man. What's up, Lo? Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Good to see you, man. It's 155 bucks in today's money. $155 in a day. That's $1,000 a week. That's 3.2K in a month. 39K a year. I mean, I guess it's more because it's not like a week, or sorry, a month isn't exactly 3 weeks. It's more, but yeah, I definitely miscounted that, but
Oh.
good to see you, Lo. Good to see you, man. Wait, we got raided and I didn't do the thing. I'm so dumb. Every time we get raided, I'm supposed to pick out films for people. No. And I know for a fact that Bacon Flavor likes horror movies and okay. I'm convinced that Valentine is just working some like crazy government job. Thank you, man, for the 5 gifted. Is it really that loud? Is it super loud? I can see that maybe waking someone up. For me, it's a lot quieter than it is for you guys, so.
Oh.
Thank you, Lo, for the 5 gifted and the 500 biddies, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it, bro.
Ooh.
Not as loud as the damn raccoon stream. What are you talking about? Actually works at this one VHS store where he's paid $56 a day by his way too generous boss. Yeah, in 1991. Just pay.
Oh.
You know what? I'll tell you what they need in this game. They need custom VHSs. That needs to be an update. They need to make it so you can acquire custom VHSs, like make your own. Because you can play your own videos. We got the Ico intro #1 from week 1. I think I would play a lot more with custom VHS. Kennelzilla.
Wow.
Hype train, oh my god. Valentine shows up, hits us with the hype trains. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. What took that train so long? I think it waits. That's literally Twitch trying to tell you, like, hey, man, look. Hey, Peter. Oh, we don't have another copy of that. Hold on. Here you go. Twitch does that. Look at that, we're already at level 2. This is crazy, man. What a crazy time to be alive. Ah! I don't like that sound. I need to figure out how to remove it. Kind of embarrassing, but could you give my number to whoever was working the cash register earlier? I thought that... No. I cannot. That is... Hold on, I'm the boss. Now it's just weird. It's just she reminds me so much of Ava. Our first worker.
Hey.
I was totally into Ava. You're a loyal customer? Victoria. Oh, it's a broken fee. Fine.
Oh.
I've gotten weak in my old age. I used to be no exceptions. Broken equals pay the fee. Thought I told you my job? When we had the discussion, you said that if someone asks, you tell them. But you didn't end up saying. Because we were playing Silent Hill F, I remembered the conversation. And I was like, no, that's totally okay if you don't want to share. I totally get that. I think what needs to happen is we need to convince. I think the dev needs two things. Two things. Number one. Actually, three things. Number one is the NPC upgrade. The NPCs need to be a little bit better. Number two, custom VHSs. Number three, a way to like custom categorize certain shelves. So this is the drama shelf at the moment, but I don't think it should be. These right here, these shelves, we should be able to categorize as its own thing, like a franchise that we will organize ourselves if the NPC cannot do it. Because obviously, this is just our own made-up franchise. And this one right here, this is our own made-up franchise. Ah, marketing rep. I see. It's boring. I can imagine, yeah. I can understand that. That's cool, though. Pin positions of VHSs, or that, yeah. I will say, huge bright side to those who don't want this series to end, because she's not exactly the fastest. I mean, the difference between me organizing these and her is pretty noticeable. But that being said, because of how much longer it takes for her to organize in a night without me helping, it'll take longer to get to the end of the game, right? Hey, hype train success! Open the hype chest. Oh, snap. Choo choo, man. Look at that. Thank you, Lo. I mean, Valentine. I still get used to the Lo name. But thank you, man. I appreciate that support. Now that I don't have to do as much it helps me kind of think of how to organize everything going forward. And my idea is I think the arcade will expand, and that'll be the more categorized, like, kids and Christmas section, right? Like the films that are kind of like more family oriented, kids and Christmas. I think those two will go over there. I just think it makes sense. And then the horror section, I think I like horror enough to make it a double section. So we'll expand it. And so D and E will just be an entire, like, horror film thing. And then we're just gonna start buying more and more horror films. I think that'd be cool. So, actually, technically, I guess I have more goals than what meets the eye, really, but... I think that'd be cool. And then we'll do a kids' Christmas section back there, past the arcade. Arcade can stay here. Alternatively, you make the kids section here. I don't know. I think having it open here is good. We should buy another, like, section of snacks. So yeah, I wouldn't say we're like super done with this game anytime soon. We still have to go through an entire season. Anyways. We have to go through all of summer still. And we need 1,000 movies in my inventory. We need all store expansions. And then we'll have all the achievements. I think these workers are fine as well. I don't like, the only replacement I can think of for any is, like, if we get someone that's double fast. But I think it's fair to argue that it's better to have someone that's fast in one task, but has a lot more gameplay traits. Like Taylor. Oh, our lovely... Wait, we can see their favorite films. That's cool. But yeah, like, I think it's better to have someone fast in one task, but then have gameplay, like, huge traits. Like, she hasn't even called in sick yet. She only has 2. But she'll never take a sick day, and she does not quit when yelled at to work faster. Which I don't even tell them to do that anyway. Speaking of which, that's probably something I can do. That might actually be a lot better. I would like to make it to a point where we can, like, have aisles filled with each category, right? Each genre. So we got comedy, drama, this would be police, action, fantasy. I don't know what, like, Western would end up being the problem there. Unless we move one of the categories. Fortnite is dying. Epic layoff 1,000 employees. They raise the price of V-Bucks and are removing 3 game modes. I can understand the game mode part. I feel like that happens a bit. There we go, this one. I'm basically just, like, focused on how to decorate next. And what I'm gonna do with, like, this room, for example. It needs more, but we don't get a lot of horror films. When's the next new release? Well, we're entering the Flower Festival, so romance movies are gonna go crazy. Let's buy up some... Oh, it's Monday. I was like, where's the dude? Alright, cool. Well, that is a good time to call it for the day, I would think. And we will either continue tomorrow or some later time. Currently, my plan is to finally start Resident Evil Revelations. So that might be tomorrow or it might not. Maybe we'll continue this game. Maybe we won't end up playing any more Resident Evils at all, and I'm just gonna get back into the Voices of the Void. Who knows? Who knows? So then. Yeah, play this. Alright, gamers, thank you for hanging out today. Be sure to follow my socials, join the Discord if not done so already. I'd greatly appreciate that. GG's. GG's. Be back tomorrow. Silence. We shall be back in the tomorrow. So until then, have a good rest of your days. Looks like Ty is streaming, so let's send you guys over to Ty. He's playing Helldivers. I got disoriented. I have so many tabs, man. It's bad. All right, yes, we will. I don't know what game we're doing tomorrow. It's very likely it's going to be this one, though. Have a good rest of your days, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. GG's. See you tomorrow, and peace.